I'm supposed to.
Right, welcome to the October 30th, 2024 Flight and Reservation Water Management Board meeting. Clayton Matt is absent today, so I will be chairing the meeting. With that, I guess we'll start with an opening prayer.
Let's pray. Dear Lord, we just want to take a moment before our meeting begins and express our gratitude to you and for this beautiful day that we've been gifted with today. We thank you for the work that we have ahead of us and ask for your good guidance as we work through this agenda. We also want to lift up Clayton, that he feel better soon and be healed from, this illness that he's struggling with. And we ask all this in your name. Amen.
Okay, it's the next thing we want to Sydney take attendance. Here.
Gordon McLeod.
Here.
Ken Betts.
Here.
Georgia Smith.
Here.
Shane Hendrickson.
Present.
And Clayton Matt is absent.
Okay, thank you. I see I've already skipped over one thing. I need to announce that the meeting minutes are also on the website, www.FRWMB.gov. So if anybody wants to review the minutes, that's where you can find them. With that, I guess we have disclosure of any conflicts of interest. Georgia? Ken?
No.
Shane? No. Myself? No. No. All right. Okay, adoption of the minutes from October 9th, 2024. We want to take a minute and review those and see if there are any amendments, revisions, modifications. They're fine. Comments on the minutes or
Mr. Chair or Vice Chair today, how do I refer to you, Roger? Just one minor, I was not in attendance from the beginning of the meeting, but I did come in at 3 and was here through the end of the executive session.
yeah, I see that in 8.2.2 shows the field, right? Yeah.
Oh,
But I don't know, yeah, because as far as attendance goes, I would up under 1.3. Somehow I think I revised that a little bit to make it that show that Georgia did attend half the meeting somehow. And then I had a question on, remember we were working on this personnel policy section. Remember we were working through it, but did we finish those sections? I thought we were still kind of reviewing some of those that say concur on that. I don't have my notes for the last.
I mean, I can speak a little bit to that just because I was working on them for this meeting. So, the document that we are gonna be looking at does also have in parentheses, which is what James likes to put on there if it's been concurred or, approved by the board for use. And all of those sections have that. Now what still needs to happen in some of those sections is, for example, I wrote like a chunk at the bottom of whatever section you're working on, which is what we ended up approving. But then there's deleted language that's within the section that just needs to be deleted. So those sections need to be cleaned up.
So we should revisit those.
In terms of the policy language, those are approved. If the board wants to relook at those, they can. But yeah, it just formatting wise, it needs to be cleaned up. That's all.
Thank you. Yes, with that, any other comments?
Nope.
Is there a motion then?
I make a motion to approve the minutes from October 9th with corrections by Georgia.
I will check. Okay, it's been moved and seconded to accept the minutes from October 9th as revised. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Unanimous. All right, with that. Move on to adopting the agenda. Everybody wants to take a minute to review this? Agenda. Got a lot covered today.
I move that we adopt the October 30 agenda.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to adopt the October 30th, 2024 agenda as provided. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Public comment for items not on the agenda. I don't see much in the way of public here today. Although it's like online, but not on TV. So,
Well, if anyone online brings a question, has a comment, please raise your hand and I'll allow you to speak. No, I don't think.
thank you, Sue. All right, no public comments, so we just move on to item 3, budget update. I think probably Rhonda's going to give us an update there.
Your table there in front of you guys should be a folder that says finance. And we'll just kind of work through a couple items. The first thing is we do have an update for the transition from Charlotte and Davis to Redtail has been completed. So that's great. We did send out final payment. We are currently experiencing some issues with the payroll, and Redtail's actively working through that with QBO QuickBooks Online. We're hoping to get timekeeping set up on Friday. We've been having some hiccups and we keep going back, and there's tickets that have been created with QuickBooks, and so we're working through those issues. So hopefully that's going to be an easy fix after Friday.
So by timekeeping, you mean that the staff would be converting over from the current system to the QuickBooks system?
Yes.
So
there probably will be a little bit of an overlap just while we transition, because I foresee that we've had quite a few hiccups, and one of the things that we need to do is get everybody using it first. And so while we're training and getting it up and running, we will probably continue with the original timesheet itself. everything's worked out.
Has there been training
For,
QuickBooks? For the entry part for
no,
staff?
no, not yet.
Okay,
Yep, that's still in the process of, we're having to work with QuickBooks and actually program it for our use first. And then we'll get everybody logged in and set up, and then after that, training. So,
okay, so we definitely will go with the time sheets that we need to pass to be submitted this go around.
Yes.
Okay, I just need to know for sure.
Yeah,
What to tell people to do.
yeah, continue on.
Okay.
We were hoping it was gonna be an easier process than it has been, but until then, we're just gonna keep overlapping until we work through this, the little bit of the issues that we have. There any questions that you guys have on that? Any? So the next topic we have is for the budget. So I was directed to revise the proposed budget to include current rate for wages. And so that brings our budget now closer to what we've seen for last year's budget. And so this is the board's budget, and so I'm happy to make any changes or revisions.
So this hydrologist mid-level position is now listed at 34. That's an entry-level hydrologist.
That's just at current rate, so that can go anywhere you guys direct me to.
What's that?
Why am I not finding it?
It's in your finance folder.
There's another one listed that I think's wrong, 29. And that'd be 28, but that goes up to 30 in December.
That's input I didn't have, so sure, we can change that. You would like it to be 28?
Well, if you're doing current would be 28. And then, but it is slated by hiring agreement to go up to 30 in December.
Okay,
So however you want to incorporate that,
sure.
we would need to.
I'll make the notes.
I guess I would, I'll have to let the board get through the section on hiring where I had any additional input.
Okay.
On that one. Thank you.
Comments relative to the draft budget.
Great to see.
Yes, it is great to see, I guess, great, yeah, good job. So I had one comment, I guess, I see, you know, the funding agreement, basically that second page that you've given us, the total was 1,311,000.
Yeah.
There was a one-time contribution of 185,000. So that really is gonna come off for the next year, I would think. So then that would place our total at 1,126,151. So with that, we're about 65,000 over budget with this budget. So, so I think we need to be cognizant of moving forward. This is the first time we've had something to go on, which is great news. So now we at least know where we're at. I think that looks to me like the big ticket items are salary, personnel, and fringe benefits. So that's probably what we'll have to look at. Because it, you know, I don't, as far as the operating expenses go, those are fairly fixed, I would think. I don't know if there's any leeway in there, Ethan, for other things for you that you could manage this different or not, but.
I noticed like, so legal services, it went up from 120 to 165. So we've got another 18,000 for committee meetings for board members. I don't have, accurate numbers on where we're at with, Red Tail in terms of expenses and how that compares to, Davis and Brown. But, you know, the most immediate thing would be dropping a hydrogeologist and
Well, I guess the point
going
is,
in there or something. I don't know what else to do other than you know, if you want to cut it down on a salary, that's the vacant position that's been vacant for a long time.
I guess these are the things you need to think about considering now that we finally got a budget to use. Some of these things, they're the budget numbers. They probably won't be the actual numbers at the end of the year, but it at least gives us something for planning now. The transition with Red Tail, there is going to be a transition expenses, but then that's going to be a one-time thing too. There will be some monthly things as far as payroll goes, but there are some startup and transition expenses associated with going from Shalleck and Davis to Red Tail.
And these have been budgeted on the high end because we're not sure what it's gonna look like yet, so we'll know more later.
All right, well, that's great news. Any other comments on the budget?
You know, I was just thinking of the training and, says, the building staff. I was just concerned if it's enough for the staff. I don't know exactly what all the training you need, but, just my gut thought of that, it was on the lower end. The new employees and we're trying to send them to training across the states and we're per diem. It's expensive. Just, and then it's those registration fees and that. Anyway, I don't know what the right number is, that's. We're trying to save money here, but I'm thinking some will go up and some will go down in the actuals. So, and that was a different thought is, are we gonna track the actuals, monthly, quarterly? It's great to have the budget, but unless you monitor the budget, it doesn't matter. So that's the important part is to where are we at this month, where are we at next month? And can we add more to training and take more from this pot?
Yeah, you're exactly right. So yeah, that's the next step. When do we get an update as to where we're at?
Well,
I know you guys are entering 2022,
Yeah.
2023, 2024. Where are you at?
So we're concentrating right now on getting actuals for 2024 to you guys. And then once we're done with that, we'll work backwards. When the last time we chatted, I said 2 months. I didn't need every bit of those weeks. There's a lot to it.
So you're thinking by the end of November?
Yes, I am hoping that by the end of November, we will have your actuals for 2024. Yeah, and then the plan is in the future, once we get everything taken care of, to actually give you 30-day budget reports. What categories or we're drawing out of the whole 9 yards, but it's just lot to go through right now. We're working on it. We do have Red Tail and a staff member coming in on Fridays. So there's 3 of us working through it on Fridays. We have done a lot of IT stuff, getting the scanner ready to go. We're working through receipts, getting all the receipts into QuickBooks. We're focusing right now on 24 because we want to get that current so we can get you guys most up-to-date information moving forward. But unfortunately, we're gonna have to do that for 23 and 24. So to get it all done, it's gonna take quite a bit of time. So
So like, is there some surplus from the past budget?
I can't tell you that. We haven't.
Okay, because I mean, like things on here, like there's a $27,500 audit. Is, you know, and there's like, maybe we could offset some of these vehicle expenses. You know, I mean, those would be things I would want to try to draw surplus forward. To maybe make a little bit of room. So, where we ended up is there's no way that 185,000 got spent. You know,
And for another 6 weeks or so, I probably can't tell you how much that $185,000 has been spent. I could come up with some numbers, but I wouldn't be comfortable with them. So we need time to work through that so I can get you actuals.
thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you for the update on the budget. Let's go on to 3. Do you have anything else relative to this?
I don't.
Along with 3.2, submission of fiscal year 25 budget to funding.
So that would be at your guys' discretion. So please just let me know any changes that you want made before that happens. I haven't been part of the negotiations prior. I think that falls with Ethan.
So, just so can I restate what I think I see on the agenda? You're asking if we want to engage the IRS in this effort to get a determination of whether we are or are not tax exempt.
No, you jumped ahead.
I jumped ahead. I'm sorry.
I mean, I'm talking about what would the board like to see being submitted to the compacting parties under the funding agreement by.
Yep. All right.
So that really isn't Rhonda's bailiwick, but I guess Haley and Ethan, you've had discussions about that, so maybe you can.
I know what the agreement is. I've never dealt with what's been submitted to the compacting parties. So I'm unfamiliar. That's uncharted territory for me.
I can give you a
I
little.
think it might be problems.
I can give you a little bit of an update. So the reports that Marie used to produce were generated as per what the parties wanted back when the board entered into the original agreement. And so that had been sufficient. That got hung up when we neared the need to have a more balanced budget and realized that other parts of that original contract were not sufficient for purposes of tracking expenditures through a balance sheet and being able to show surpluses. And we changed our financial calendar year a couple times in there also. So that did a little bit of back and forth. But right now, what I would suggest is, you know, we need to designate somebody to meet with the state and the tribes about the updates of where we're at, tell them how things are going, see what kind of options we have for what we need to get submitted next, and then see what we can do about the possible next funding cycle. I'm happy to do that or not do that, depending on what you want.
Well, I think this is, to me, this is something new because we got our first allotment from the previous biennium. Now we're going for the next biennium. So, so this is kind of a new situation. And the DNRC, and I don't know how the tribal council works, but the DNRC has the amount that they contribute or the state contributes built into their general request already. So I don't, yeah, I'm not sure, so, you know, maybe like, yeah. So I guess then we know we'll be getting the same amount. And I guess, we don't know where we're at to know if we need to justify requesting additional funding or not. So I guess we're really waiting for those actual numbers to come in to see where we're at. Unless you have any other insights.
We're understaffed. I mean, that's a reality. The original budget was light on staffing. Now I understand that there'll be a couple of folks dedicated to finance team, which would come out of the general employee group, you know, the total group that we have at the top of salaried employees, right? I'm sorry, is that not right?
Well, I don't think so. I think he'll probably, Christie was being used as an interim because she had worked on that a lot. She'll probably be transitioning back to your area within the immediate future. So you'll pick up that water rights specialist or whatever it is that was already there. So that'll probably happen in 1st of November sometime. So that's coming back to you. Rhonda's really the budget person. We'll see how she handles all of it. And if she needs additional staffing or not, find that out. But right now she's working through it. So Christie's position will be coming back to you. So I don't know how that fits into your staffing needs either, but I mean, those are all things you need to be thinking of.
Okay.
So I guess back to the submission of the fiscal year 25 budget. As far as I know, it's already designated. The only thing we can do is ask for more money. But we need to have justification for that. So until we have those actual numbers and know where we're at, we probably can't realistically do that.
I would say that some of the justification of needing a little bit more money is to explain that we need to have a little more commitment to our accounting services, and so that we don't get in this spot in the first place. So that to me, the lack of finality on where we're at is an example of an underfunded program.
Well, I guess I would need to some documentation to that, or I guess everybody would need to have some documentation as to the status of that. And so we've been diligently working on this budget thing now for 1.5 years or 2 years. So we're nearing completion of it. So I think we'll wait a month and see where Rhonda's at, go from there.
Well, I think that's a good specific example. You know, there's compact negotiations, they ballpark some futuristic costs to do this. And now we're into the actuals.
Yeah.
And things like garbage, water, sewer, internet. You look down the budget and, you know, what are they thinking of all these things? Where in general, I think of operations, you know, but, and of course, that's the part that's more discretionary than this fixed cost of building fees and admin fees and internet fees. So you have to have these support mechanisms before you can have operations, and oftentimes budgets and programs are built on operations. And it wouldn't surprise me that was their thought process too, that they would kind of follow. To summarize all of that, and to their credit, they did a reasonable job, but we were to the pencil sharpening stage where it might be just a little bit more.
Right.
It'd be nice to say it was we had adequate or more than, but I don't think that's the case.
That's a really good point, Shane. I think that whoever, contacted the committee came up with tried to come up with a ballpark number to utilize, and we're now filling in the blanks to where we think all this money is going. So once we have the blanks filled in, then maybe it's time to go back and have further discussions. So, but this is the first time we had something to go on, so we're getting there.
Yeah, we're building the program as we do it, right? And now we've built it enough that we can actually start to see some things.
Okay, so I think that covers 3.2. 3.3 is the IRS tax status. Rhonda, you can fill us in, and we can, if you want to provide any other additional comments, feel free.
So I reached out to the IRS and asked them what our tax status that they had on file for us. And their response was they didn't actually have a status for us. And so they sent this 3-page letter back to us and said, well, if you fall into these categories, if you're a instrumentality, if you're a government unit, vice versa, that you wouldn't necessarily have to file. But when it comes down to it, they can't tell us if that's where we are. And so this is where I would like the board's guidance on whether we should reach out to the IRS and ask for a letter ruling on our tax status so we can know where we are officially. Because right now we're kind of, we think we're exempt, but they are not officially telling us we are.
So in their letter, they mention a form that we're supposed to fill out.
So there was actually not a form that I found, but I found a 2018-1 publication, which is shy of 300 and some pages, and it tells you different ways that you can fill it out.
Okay.
One of the ways that we can have is we can have Haley work as our agent to provide them the documentation that they need, but it is pretty in-depth, the filing, and it's a $600 application fee.
So am I correct in understanding we have to pay them $600 to make up their mind? That's what that is?
Yes.
Is that what I just heard? Okay.
Yes.
We would do the same. Just want you to be aware.
Got it. Okay, fair. I was just reading that first sentence and it could, or under instrumentalities, I'm like, that could not be more confusing.
Second question. So could we just make up our own mind and say we're exempt?
I don't know if you can do that to the IRS. But I'll do
just
whatever
asking.
you guys tell
I'm
me
just
to.
asking.
Yeah, I don't have an answer.
I like how you think.
I don't.
If I may, you did actually already make up your own mind. You commissioned Haley to, back in November 17th of 2022, determine, the board jurisdiction and entity authority. Okay. So Haley then cited extensively on this document, which is an IRS document that defines government subdivisions and instrumentalities, to use the IRS language to anchor you into some kind of a subdivision / instrumentality designation, and went through, talked about the essential components of what government function is. I went back and reread the IRS document. We definitely meet some of the acknowledged sovereign powers that are required to be a government and to be exempt from taxation. I had actually interacted with Haley's office in the past. The main thing I had questions about was the interest-bearing account and the interest earnings off of the interest-bearing account. The other items we have as income are clearly not taxable items. But on that one, even this document that the IRS provided, which at the time that Haley wrote her work, we did not have this interest-bearing account. So keep that in mind, that this is growing off of Haley's work. But it does clearly and specifically talk about invested public funds being exempt if you are in fact one of these, government entities. And I think you could just walk away from this and
Wasn't my question.
acknowledge.
I knew we were tax
Well-
exempt.
Okay,
My
well,
question was, can we just not pay?
we have not been paying.
And the one experience I've had with a nonprofit who didn't pay, we ran afoul of the annual reporting requirements. Even though you don't pay as a matter of public knowledge, you have to do with annual reporting.
That's Form 990.
I forget the number of the.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And you just submit it saying, hey, we're still tax exempt, we're still here, and we're still not paying you. And you just submit it every year with to keep your tax exempt. If you don't in 3 years, then you lose that status.
right.
I do think though that the reporting requirements for something like a 501c3 is pretty different than for a government.
Well, kind of
And,
asking.
And so, but we could, I would be happy to look deeper into that with Haley's help if you would like, but, at present, I would not jump into a $600 application with the federal government to determine who you are.
Haley, what are your thoughts?
I shared the memo that we provided to the board, when she inquired about this, letter and stated that if there's any confusion about it, then the reference to this memo is sufficient enough to show whoever is asking. We've been operating as a exempt entity, specifically as a government instrumentality.
And we did run the gauntlet for obtaining a .gov, standing, which is an application in its own self that you have to demonstrate that you are in fact a government entity, to withstand that rigor of the process. So it is tested in addition to the memo.
So what I'm hearing, yes, we can just continue not paying, but we still have to report. Okay,
I don't know as much about the reporting requirement. What I would, if you're asking me and looking at me, I will read up on it specifically about government reporting requirements.
would that be more in Rhonda's line of duty?
So currently, we are not reporting. We're not doing anything with the IRS other than paying our employer portion of our taxes.
So is that reporting requirement applicable to government entities, or is that just?
I would need to have some additional input because as a government entity that doesn't pay any income taxes and doesn't hold a nonprofit status, then there's no reporting that I know of.
No, okay. I mean, it still begs Ethan's question, should Rhonda be doing it or Ethan doing it? Looking into it, if we decide to look into it.
Okay, so what I thought I heard was that the work that Haley previously did laid the groundwork for us to be a nonprofit. Is that what it is?
No,
Or
we are
what?
classified as a government instrumentality.
Government instrumentality. Okay, so then with that though, do we need to follow up and document with the IRS that we're a nonprofit, that we are tax exempt?
A nonprofit is categorized differently for tax purposes than a government is, and a government instrumentality is even different than just a government entity.
Okay,
So my suggestion would be that Rhonda do some due diligence on finding out what the reporting actually is for a government instrumentality, if any. And then if there's anything you need to look over, then we can do that.
sounds like a good plan.
Agree.
All right, got some follow-up later too.
There's an additional piece of paper in here, is just kind of an update on our IRS situation. I believe that we are going to be, it's going to be resolved. They've received enough information from Charlotte and Davis on that improper filing of the 941. So hopefully in the next 30 days, we'll get our refund check for that $5,000. And it looks like
Yay.
they've wiped across the penalties and the fees. So just wanted to, I forgot to give you guys that update last month, but I wanted to make sure it's in here today.
Well, that's good news.
Absolutely.
Yay.
Yeah, so, so with the minutes on section 3.3, let's just have it show that we're gonna follow up, Ron's gonna follow up with some further determination with IRS rules and come back to this at the next meeting. So no action on this right now.
One clarification. On 3.33, it says board action to apply for non-exempt IRS status.
Well, so if we were gonna move forward with paying the $600 fee to make that application, then we'd move forward with that. But from what I've heard from Haley, there's enough documentation to show that we're basically,
Well, the agenda should say exempt, not non-exempt.
oh, so
Even though we're not going to do it right off the bat.
I got it. Thank you for that clarification.
Justifying our passive aggressiveness.
Okay. 3.4. Amended resolution number 1. I think this one before us previously.
Yes, this was last month. And it's went through public comment period. And I don't have a whole lot of input on this, so
Yep, I mean, I can provide a little bit more, I mean, so, yeah, the board already went through all this, substantially, a couple meetings ago. Went out for public comment, 15-day public comment, it did not receive any comment. And so it is on your table for action to approve it for use. The one thing I will say that I noticed, is that I believe in some discussions about, the finance director position, that it's actually just now being called finance director, not budget and finance director. So there's one use of the budget and finance director on page 1, so you can strike budget and.
So,
That's my own. Page will change.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, so with that, I guess we've reviewed this in pretty much detail, and we just need to move it forward with a vote. So,
public comment.
yeah, is there any Any further discussion on first? Okay, public comment. Is there anyone in the public that would like to comment, either online or in the audience?
If anyone online, from the public would like to make a comment, please raise your hand and I'll allow you to speak. No public comment.
Thank you, Sydney. All right, that leads to board action. Is there a motion?
Yeah, Mr. Vice Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to adopt amended resolution number 1.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been. Yeah, it's been moved and seconded to adopt, resolution number 1 as amended by striking N and budget. For Haley's recommendation, we will do a roll call vote. So that means you get around.
Okay, Georgia?
Yes.
Yes.
Roger?
Yes. Okay, and then score in favor, and we have 4 for a quorum, so we have 4. All right, thank you. I am moving on to OE personnel policies. Are you presenting this today?
Yeah, I mean, I'll go through things that I know you can back and stuff is still on there, but if I made any changes, I'll be happy to explain my changes. I think this first one, Rhonda actually might be a good one to just chat about that, with the suggestion from Red Tail.
Oh. Yes. Six. Good job.
That's fine. That's.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, you don't say any Mr.
I missed it. Did you have to save us a new copy?
You didn't say first name and last name.
I guess.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah, I said, oh, so I'm.
She had a good eye.
I guess while it's getting there, this first one is on personal cell phone use, so the board has approved this section a while back. But I guess there's some new information from Red Tail on, some fees, some reimbursements.
So there's language in there for part-time employees to have their cell phone reimbursement prorated. And QuickBooks Online doesn't really allow for a prorated upon hours calculation. So the suggestion from Red Tail is to make it a fixed reimbursement. I think currently is written as 30 for full-time and 15 prorated for part-time, and we would like the language to state just a flat 15.
Thanks. Make your life a lot easier.
Yes, for sure.
You're referring to the language where it says that full-time OE employee staff block, right?
Yes,
And then the block down that the part-time employees may receive that as well.
yes, and just a flat rate of 15 would be appropriate, or whatever the board decides.
For the part-time.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't understand what the edit should look like.
Part-time employees may receive $15 phone stipend.
Is that per pay period or per
Per month.
month?
Per month.
Is it hard to do it per pay period?
I would have to get back with you on that. I was just trying to mimic the language that was already in I think we could probably do it per pay period, but then it would just be a smaller amount. Also, I think there's months that are gonna have an additional pay period in there. Per month would probably be the easiest.
Well, and it wouldn't be $15 per pay period,
No,
right, because then that would just be $30 a month,
Be $7.50.
so, okay, I just wanted to make sure.
There's 26 pay periods in a year, so like whatever you wanted to land on, you could just divide it by 26 and it would go on every paycheck.
Can't do that math in my head.
I had my phone out, I don't know.
Yeah,
just
I'm with
doing
you.
stuff.
I
Like,
got
I mean.
I'm right there with
I
you.
had half a thought, you know, like I was gonna give me enough time. And just to double check, it was the board that wanted it prorated. So I just want to make sure, you know, that's this is what you want.
So if I'm doing the math right, that would be $6.92 a pay period over 26 pay periods to equal $180 for part-time staff per year. Right? Is that dueling phone calculators? Did you get the same number?
Oh my gosh, where's the clear button?
We don't have a human calculator here?
So why don't we just round up then and say it was $7 per pay period?
You got the same
Whoa.
number.
$7 per pay period for part-time.
and do you guys want to modify the full-time to be per pay period instead of per month?
You just like, are you gonna do 14? Cause that's your rounding projects.
It's already there, so that's. Part-time people are just, we don't have that part-time. Just leave it as it is. So I guess we're just modifying this one section.
Looks fine.
We just add in part-time employees will receive a prorated cell phone stipend of $7 per pay period.
So you take
Wait, the word
prorated out.
prorated is the trouble word,
Yeah.
right?
Right, there you go. After second. $7 per pay period. And then get rid of that discretion of the water. Yeah. There you go.
What, so you don't wanna, they still have to go through the application arrangement, right? Or not? You don't wanna have that, you just wanna feel like any part-time person gets it.
To explain more of what other language you're referring to.
What you just delete at the discretion.
Right, but you're speaking about an application process and I have no understanding of what that is.
Up higher,
How do you,
yeah.
how do you normally do it?
It's up higher in this section, there, it talks about, I'm sorry, I haven't read this for a while.
You're just talking about that agreement form?
Yeah. But I'm fine, we'll just leave it as, for sure.
Up for discussion?
Thoughts? Board members,
Nope.
do you have an agreement form in place?
Everybody who is getting anything has gone through the agreement form and signed it and with me.
And I will, that language doesn't say that they don't have to fill out that form.
Okay,
So,
I think that the language was really in relation to the prorating
sure,
arrangement, right?
sure, yep.
Okay,
Yep, no, it's good clarification.
all right, well, thanks for letting me dig out that hole.
You see around,
Hmm?
can you see around?
Well, I guess,
Do we just, do this by concurrence?
Mhm.
So, is everyone in concurrence that we just change that one sentence to part-time OE employees will receive a smartphone stipend of $7 per day?
Yes.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
one question. Is the word smartphone, is that just a category or is that a commercial word? Is, I mean, is it a term of art? I mean,
Yeah, I mean, I've seen it used in agreements before, like.
Yeah, okay.
Smartphone, yeah, because
Okay.
if you don't have internet access, then typically
Okay.
it's not a smartphone.
okay,
Well,
Yeah.
and furthermore, if you go back up a little bit, Sydney, please, see this list here of 1 through 5?
Hmm.
Those require a smartphone.
okay.
So-
I'm not questioning that.
Oh, no,
I'm
I'm just trying to, I appreciate that. I'm
Yeah.
just trying to do a good job of explaining.
I mean.
So the
I don't
idea
like-
is that you have to have at least a phone of a certain technology level, you know,
I get
because
it.
this is,
Yes, I'm
that's,
just questioning the name.
that's the need.
It's like, those things are called weed whackers, right?
Right.
But that's a trade name. They're
Right.
actually string trimmers.
Well,
not
if we
just-
change it to computer
No, I
phone,
don't care.
like computer phone?
I just wanted to make sure we weren't saying something we shouldn't say.
All right, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Changes made.
Thank you.
Thanks, Robin.
All right, Haley, and Ethan, I guess, who's gonna take roll call here?
I think you are.
Yeah, I'm
You-
not talking about anything. No, well, 3.08,
Yeah,
no, I have made edits to that. Where are they?
Scroll down, I think you inserted some language somewhere in here, maybe down lower from, Roger.
I think the easiest way to do this, sending this email. It's not, on my own, I got, so.
I'm sure it's open.
I was looking them up.
Mine is actually in the document, so I don't know, but I'm gonna, it's okay. So now this email to you, okay? And then if you just wanna like copy and paste it right below that, then we can work off of that. Okay?
Nervous.
Well, that's why I have this up just in case, like,
Yeah.
it's not showing up. It might be some things that track changes why I didn't delete. So yeah, like that first line, I deleted from this one. Yeah, but go down to what yeah, to that first, check out that first sentence,
I think, maybe I could just move some versioning around to, try to resolve this,
okay, well, we can look at this in the meantime.
okay?
And then Sydney, I also deleted the line in the second paragraph with the exception of emergency. Yep, from there down to the end of that paragraph. That's all deleted. Yep, okay, there's a clean version. Sorry about that.
Can I ask a dumb question? So I'm assuming the silence means yes. So, if Ethan, if you're gonna be late, who do you report to? Is that to the chair? Is that how
It
that
depends
works?
on how late it is. So I'm gonna be late and it's more of an inconvenience to the office operations. You know, it's gonna go to Sydney
Okay,
and James because they need to be aware. If I'm gonna be late and it should be something that, you know, a supervisor is aware of, or I'm gonna miss the day, then it's gonna go to Clayton.
okay.
So
Is that something we have to put in? Or no? Is that just implied?
This section, you can kind of draft it however you want. If you want all of that, those different situations to be documented, then you can do that. But it gets really tedious and there,
No, I don't mean each of the situations, but since Ethan is a staff member,
yeah.
we haven't put parameters on his position. We have everybody else but him.
Well,
Or am I not?
If the employee's immediate supervisor is unavailable, I mean, like anything like that, like you're supposed to report to your immediate supervisor. If an employee unexpectedly is unable to report to work, then they're to notify their immediate supervisor.
Oh, okay, so
His
it's
immediate
described.
supervisor is the chair.
Got it.
Yeah,
No, I don't want to add more. I just wanted to make sure we were
Yeah.
covering everybody.
yeah, I don't think we need to like break out, you know, just
No.
Ethan and then like
No.
all their staff,
No,
yeah.
no.
No, it's a good question though.
So anyway, if it is anything of significance, I do copy, you know, I text Clayton.
Sure.
And certainly whenever I'm gonna take time off, we do things at my end through calendar invitations. And then I will invite Clayton and James and Sydney typically. Because I mean, between, you know, myself and James and Sydney, that is the lion's share of keeping the doors open. So, you know, and providing water rights service. You know, that is why we've got to be tied in that way. Since things got shifted, I'm under the assumption that Rhonda and Christy are reporting to you and Roger,
Yeah.
you know,
Sure.
but we don't have that connection in terms of like office coverage doesn't always factor in the finance folks, because we all have a good linkage, at least not at my level. I actually thought we had something like this already, though.
You did, I just
Oh,
changed the
Just-
wording around so it made more sense.
okay.
Just leave it up below.
All right, well, I was like, I mean,
Like, sorry.
no, I was like, God, I thought, I could have sworn I remember writing something like that, that you need to let somebody know, you know?
You did.
That you're not gonna be at work, you know, because otherwise I was gonna apologize, actually, you know, like,
Is there, any further discussion, comment on this language? Then I guess if everybody's in favor of accepting this revised language, say aye.
Boy,
I,
you got extra space in that second sentence.
Yep. At the, where the blue line is, under of the, there's an extra space. Yep. And then we can delete the comma after and. There you go.
So irregular attendance, I guess this is, needed to be included. So maybe, is this your statement?
you guys had a section of irregular attendance in your original personnel policies. And, it got modified a little bit to try to maintain the idea of irregular attendance. I will say there should be a comment in here from Dr. Sullivan, who had said you actually need to probably move this to a section for like performance improvement, discipline, and isolate that section, which I haven't gotten around to trying to make that modification yet. Just so you're aware, I don't know where it's from. Hmm.
I'm trying to find.
Okay,
the possible.
appreciate that. Is it possible this version might have had all the comments deleted from it or suppressed?
I think maybe just go up to, review. And then if you do show comments, maybe. Sorry, over to your left. Keep going. Yes, I did. See if it, yeah, go, yeah, okay.
Didn't Teresa have a real problem with the word termination?
Yep. It was to be used only, sometimes, and separation was the general term to be used so that if an employee separates, sorry to talk.
No, you're
almost
fine.
through you.
I can move out.
Yeah, she wanted to like emphasize that, the general term is separation. Whereas termination would be really, specific circumstances where, an employee was, I'm just gonna say, let go from, violation of some of these personal policies. Or work.
Good memory. I forgot that.
I thought you did a global change on a lot of that stuff, didn't you?
I just went through for each of the words.
I thought
Yeah,
I thought you caught most of those, maybe this one slipped through. And so that PIPs are generally part of disciplinary, process. So,
Yeah, and then, I mean, I know, just saying, basically to revisit it, so if we want to move it into the performance section of the policies, then it would be fitting to do so.
I might encourage us to do that, or I do.
Well, if that's what Dr. Sullivan recommended, I would definitely follow his good advice. That's kind of his wheelhouse, isn't it?
For sure, yeah. I thought it was good.
So I'm a little confused. We were on 3.09 and now we're on 4.06.
So what are we contemplating?
Does this show the changes that were made?
I didn't address this section.
I didn't put this in, so. I'll scroll down a little bit.
And there's definitely some, I can already see some grammar things that would need to be cleaned up, but.
I think that's why you got that parenthetic HCF will edit up in the title.
Yeah, I suppose that's on there, but yeah, I mean, I have, just some word choices, suggestions, that's all. But again, there needs to be open discussion about what we want to see here. That's what's going on. So we need to, this has been approved, right? In one capacity, and then it was sent back to be cleaned up. So for example, like in that first sentence, looks like it already was deleted when I had wanted to be deleted, but, like are disruptive to the OE, I'd rather see are disruptive to the operations of the OE.
Sydney, maybe if you change simple markup to all markup,
Okay,
is that track better with what you
yeah,
Okay.
that's like what I'm seeing,
were,
but,
okay, good.
but then, yeah, I would like to see to the operations of the OE there instead of to the OE,
That makes sense.
operations of the OE. And that's just a mushy sentence, so what I'd rather see is delete the comma after OE. Yep, put and. And then put a period after will not be tolerated instead of comma. And then you're gonna start that sentence with the same words that are on the first sentence. So unexcused absences, tardiness, and unreported absences may be cause for disciplinary action up to including district. Just the 3 in the list. Yep, there you go. And there you go. That would be my change.
That's good.
You scroll down a little bit, Sydney. So do we want to define tardiness? Because you define the other three things. I don't know, I'm asking.
I didn't draft this policy.
Okay, no, I
so
know.
I don't
Okay.
actually know if we have where that definition, these definitions are coming from, is the other thing.
I think that the definition of some of this stuff came from a live drafting session right here.
I know Dr. Sullivan looked over this section as well, so there could be suggestions from him too, that were left over. This is the first time we're revisiting this section in a while, so.
So when you look up the definition, it leads to more ambiguous language. When an employee is late to work, define late, right? What is late? Or leaves early, what's early? So it's a never ending to-do loop here, right? So I guess you have to just come up with a number,
Let's just
or
say
do we
tardiness.
not do that?
I mean, or it's just at the discretion of the immediate supervisor, as well, which this policy already does provide.
Okay, keep it simple.
If you're not early, you're late.
If you're not early, you're late.
Yeah, to try to kind of supervisor's discretion. And we're all on the ADP now that we clock in and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And, if they're more than 4 minutes late, if they call and let us know that they're gonna be late. They're 4 minutes late or a little bit more, it's 15 minutes, you feel that they have to leave. And then it just, they're, say it's supposed to be at 7:19, we're a little half hour and such like that. And then if, they're not supposed to leave more than 4 minutes early. The other option we do is if they are 4 minutes late, work 4 minutes late, then it's on the ADP on the clock.
Let's make it fine. Yeah.
But if it goes above that, then, we need your PTO request. And usually on that same day, if it's a emergency, but if it's, a planned absence, then we're looking for 2 days, a lot of times you get a day. But, the supervisor still needs that, ahead of time to plan operations.
You guys run a tight ship over there.
I guess.
That's good.
Oh, when we first started this ADP 2 years ago, it was a nightmare, but, I'm pretty used to it now, and, it works quite well.
What is ADP? What does it stand for, ADP?
You know, they don't call.
Oh, okay.
You know, they automatic date. So it's timestamp.
Something personal.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good question, Alaska. This has always been ADP.
Look it up. So,
Get out the Googles. Yep, that's what I do.
The date.
Automatic data processing.
Oh,
Ah,
Personnel.
and we have a lot of approval steps too.
automatic data processing.
Okay.
I have a shadow.
I'll remember it.
Under an unreported absence. It says means one in which the employee does not contact the OE on or before the day the employee is out. So after OE, on or before. Thank you.
And I would suggest changing that to immediate supervisor.
Yeah, that's a good fix also. The OE should be immediate supervisor.
We're probably gonna have to catch quite a few of those now that we actually have employees that work under the board. So we'll just have to make sure we track those.
Maybe you should say unreported absence mean one in which employee does not contact the employee's immediate. So, right there.
It makes sense. So, yeah. Looks like in that next paragraph, we'll have to change the OE to the employee's immediate supervisor.
You want to change termination to separation?
Here, I think it would be termination.
Okay.
But, as opposed to separation is supposed to include termination or if an employee resigns or if contract, isn't re-upped or something like that, right? I think.
Yeah, I mean, well, typically in these situations with violations of policy, it would be up to and including termination.
But, I mean, maybe we need to define termination.
No,
That's enough. Everybody knows what that is now.
I do not want to do that. You're gonna limit yourself on what you can and can't do then.
Arnold got us straightened out on terminations.
That's bad.
It's the jokes I often we bad. He had dead jokes.
That last sentence that's in yellow, highlighted in yellow, can we actually do that?
Yes, and so I went over that with Sullivan, and so what it says is we can request it. And regarding the absence or for fitness to return to work, it doesn't mean we can find out what the individual situation is, but in terms of of saying that it was legitimate absence, a health related legitimate doctor acknowledged absence or if you have somebody who's injured, you're not sure you want them back at their post until they're fully healed, then that would be another scenario. And, you know, that would be. It's highlighted here because it's something that I had added after, the last time you saw this and now. So, that's the reason that it's, you know, if you guys are acknowledging it now, it doesn't need to be retained as a highlighted section. You guys didn't want to, anytime you had gone through something, if I ever went back and added something, I wanted to make sure it stood out, so that, didn't seem like things were getting changed while you weren't paying attention.
And it is something that you get with the tribe, but they're ill for 3 days in order to come back, which requires a doctor. Or request, or send it to be back.
The only other change that I would suggest here is in that exception to be made, that one. Exceptions to be, or to this policy may be made, so I have a policy. After this, yep, I don't like one. There's no reference. May be made, by the employee to meet supervisor.
It's a good improvement.
It was vague. Okay, that's it.
On that yellow section, could you just say the OE may request a doctor's certification?
You can get rid of your a re-request. We really want this to be
Now for this section, we could just highlight it, right, accept all these changes. I mean, that's what we've been doing. We get rid of the yellow, highlight this, accept all the track changes.
Yeah. Even just quit, to be
So
accept.
top, accept and move to next. Right. Then we'll go back up to the top of this section. And let the board figure out if they want to make any other changes.
So that almost, yeah, under considers, all the blue need to be addressed, the blue underlines need to be addressed. Yeah. There's an extra space there.
So with those modifications, I guess, does the board have any other comments, or are we ready to approve this section? Modification. Everybody's good, Georgia? Yeah,
Hold on 1 second. Go down to that last. Okay, yeah, I'm good.
George? Okay. So yeah, I guess with all three of these that we've already done, maybe you can go in and mark that they were approved on October 30th, 2024.
Yeah, so if you go up, so there says to be edited, instead put concur on 10:30.
Yeah, you can do that just previous to this.
Scroll up a second, please. that yellow, I mean, we want to leave that there?
No, all of that is deleted, needs to be deleted, except for the paragraphs that we looked at that I
Okay,
inserted.
okay,
So starting from the yellow, sitting, yep, and then go all the way up, that is out. And then those are the new,
okay.
yep. So all the underlining needs
Okay.
to be removed because those were former track changes, that's why I showed it like that. So if you highlight that whole thing, all the way up. Mhm. And then just remove one, we put the, yeah. You know.
You need to change the number too.
I know, I wouldn't worry about the
Okay,
numbers, the
okay.
formatting's so all over the place on this document. That's gonna be the last thing we do.
Okay, so we have concurrence on section 3.9. So the next one is, I did see that there was, I know, considerable comments on 4.1, 4.01, 4.02, and so on. That's not on the agenda. So, maybe you can back up so you can those 4.01, at least what I've printed out.
Oh, I see what you're talking about.
Yeah, okay, so this is what I was referring to, where we had already made this change in the last meeting, but nothing was deleted, in the copy. Because, keep going, to me, for example, the FLSA section, that whole section is messed up in terms of formatting, but right now in the document it shows up as 101, it should be 401. My suggestion was to just put in there that the board and the OE, will adhere to the FLSA in its entirety, and everything else was to be deleted.
Yeah.
None of that was deleted, even though it was approved, and it says it was approved.
So what do we need to fix?
So all that highlighting needs to be deleted. And then instead of, intends to adhere to, right, my suggestion was the board, we will adhere to the FLSA in its entirety. And that was what we had discussed with this section.
Yeah, we're just gonna adopt what is.
Yep.
As it is, right?
Yep, and if there's anything we wanted to, highlight within our policies, for example, like exempt, not exempt, which is in the FLSA, then we were gonna put that within here, but, specifically to the OE's operation.
Right.
So yeah, for example, like none of this was deleted, and then my language that we talked about last time was that. And we did actually go over this.
Yeah, we did go over it. Why didn't it get adopted? Did we just?
It was approved, but I don't know why nothing was deleted in this document.
So maybe we should. Let's make sure we take care of this now since we're here.
Well, I'm looking at I think we must have a version issue because I'm looking at this 930 version. And it has just what you said, except it has it all on track changes.
Right.
So I don't understand what happened between the 930 updated version, why that, because it says it even includes the 930.
Yeah.
But
those were our discussions. The last time we talked about this, which was a couple meetings ago.
yeah, I'm just talking
No,
about technical. Oh,
I
yeah,
was
okay.
referring to them.
Just
So maybe you can scroll up to 4.01 to start, just follow through there. So the board and the OE will adhere to
Then we'll deal with the formatting. This happened last time, I remember now. This is why James left it. Cause it made it's another section and he didn't want to deal with it. I remember that now. We'll deal with that on the back end. So put it back in, well, no, put it back into what it should be. Like, so we got changing. So that the board can at least just read what the language should be. You can change it, go to exam, and now then, that's where it starts. Sorry, go up. Right, okay, right there. Okay, where it's highlighted, exempt and non-exempt. Okay, at the beginning of exempt. Do an enter. We'll deal with the 4.02, it shouldn't be a new section, but so you all can read it at least, that's what it. That's all that 4.01 will include.
everybody good with that.
Mhm.
Yes,
Yeah, okay.
So, 4.02, then maybe we should touch on that since we're just.
Yeah, exempt, non-exempt, that one, yeah. Yeah, so with our discussion last time, it was mainly focusing on the 3 paragraphs in green, yes. One position that we didn't discuss last time was for finance director, so we'll need to put that in.
So that would probably be an example. So yeah, we reviewed this last time, but I guess it didn't get finalized or something, so. So we're just kind of we need to just work through it and knock it off the list. But if everybody's good with 4.02 or has any comments,
nope,
Georgia?
I'm good with Haley's edits.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Still accept all that language.
except where it says Haley's edits.
Hmm?
Except the one though there says HCF edits.
Yes,
You, turn your
you don't want that compulsory.
I want to turn off the traction. You need the real power. Just click on the button up above. There you go. And it's the same when you accept something, you can just click on that. We do need to add that that's under review 1213, because I think I heard you say you were there, right?
Yeah.
Or not? I don't want to get ahead of you, but
Yeah. Yeah, so you can put 10. 30.
Revise the approved as well for 4.1, just reflect today's. Date. Try now, just the lead from that 4.02. Yeah, just trying to like that state. There you go, just leave it like that for right now. Like, don't touch it. Well, at least now that, you know, the strike is 1.02, it just 4.02.
Yeah, I think if you just, what happens if you accept that?
Just hit that top, yeah,
I don't understand.
it's fine, we'll figure it out, this is not for
You can't have a road to let this problem in the first place.
Have it set up this way. Was this on the agenda?
No. Kind of go through this thing I got.
That one, it says we approved already. So,
Underline in blue, look for the underline in blue. Get the grammar. Thank you.
Believe, Mr. Vice Chair, that you wanted remote work, but we had been terming it telework. So that's why you might see telework instead of remote work. It's not as consistent in the document as you might want, but,
Well, I brought that up because is there a difference between telework and remote? Like I look at Kathy Schubert, she works remote.
yep, she's a remote position. I think telework is when you do work when you have a non-remote position,
Correct.
but you are working from home or somewhere via
Right. So I don't know if we need to differentiate between those two things or not. I guess that's what I thought.
Yeah, in terms of edit, the inserted language that Rodrigo provided and I tweaked based on what you provided, I did not insert it here.
Yeah.
The remote work, I actually made it its own section under 5, policy set 5.
So before we skip to that though,
Why don't you say telework is a work arrangement where a designated non-remote employee? Non-remote. But number 6 seems out of place. I can see that be relevant if it was a remote employee, but I'm not sure it's relevant if it's a teleworking employee. Just asking. I mean, do you see a telework agreement being terminated?
To be terminated with agreement if there is abuse of the telework policy. Such that we have to come into the office every day. So usually a telework agreement would say 1 day a week I can work from home. But if I abuse that, then I have to do 5 days a week in the office.
Okay, so you would say just terminate the telework agreement?
Yeah.
Okay. So it would be, shall include, terms of termination of the telework agreement.
Delete telework agreement, which I tried to do for you, but I couldn't figure out.
I
wonder
lost
what
it
that
just on your
was.
cursor.
I tried.
So we also need to go back to the second paragraph and add language that we had similar that employees and then the OE reports to the chair or vice chair.
Media, isn't it? Yeah. That second sentence, I think, is intended to allow the office of the engineer to say that you have to work from somewhere else as a condition of employment, which would maybe be conversion to a remote job, or maybe it's because, you know, there's some other outstanding issue, like the office wall falls in on their workstation. You know, they can't come here anymore. But, that goes way back to like that original personnel policies document.
Does the first sentence not get at that? Just. I mean, I feel like the first sentence is broad enough.
I think it could go away.
Yeah.
I also am rethinking 6, like I don't really want to have to put the terms of a termination in the telework agreement. I mean, just trying to think through what you were, I think you originally had that issue, but yeah, we're like, oh, we can modify it and I can live with it, but I actually kind of would rather not even have to list the terms of termination, just because now you got a list. You know, it's either working out or it's not working out.
I'm comfortable with that.
So delete that? Is that what you're saying?
I'm thinking if you could delete 6, but it's up for,
Well, I agree.
yeah.
I don't think it needs to be in there, but in the agreement, there should be some sort of statement in it saying, you know,
This could be
violations of this agreement, then the agreement could be terminated.
Yeah. Please delete that and then add an and to 5. Thank you. I'm pretty sure it has some combination of disagreement language in here.
Can we do that?
Why don't you say on 2, designation of duration and conditions of arrangement? That'll cover Ethan's concern.
What's the concern? Sorry.
Huh?
What's the concern?
Oh, actually, it was your concern. Sorry.
I don't think it would, but we can put that, yeah.
Okay.
What I was saying is that there needs to be a line in there saying that if there's violations of this agreement, that could be terminated, because if you don't, then if you don't have that statement in there, then an employee might take advantage of the agreement.
Wouldn't conditions of that arrangement cover that?
Not necessarily, I mean, it would spell out what you have to do and what you're able to do, but just some sort of blanket statement saying that, you know, a violation of this agreement could result in termination of the agreement is simple enough. It doesn't need to be in the policy, what I'm saying. It can just be on the agreement.
Oh, okay.
That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. That's just standard
Then I think
contract
number two,
language.
I think number two would cover that. So, and conditions.
Yeah.
And one of the conditions will be what Haley suggests, but we don't have to put it in there.
You gotta work. You
Same.
can't watch Oprah. Get to work.
What you were wanting.
No, it doesn't need to be in the policy, is what I was saying. It's,
Alright.
all I was trying to say is that that phrase should be on the agreement itself,
Oh.
because it's standard contract language, and that's all.
In the telework agreement.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Yes. We'll let you draft the first report.
Wonderful.
Oh, man, there's a bunch under the employee
The
responsibility.
numbers are all,
Well,
the numbers are all wrong. We'll fix
sorry,
that.
can we go back up? That second line in that second paragraph, the condition of employment, I don't think it's necessary, that sentence right there covers it. I mean, it's at the discretion. The immediate supervisor could put it as a condition.
Yeah.
Doesn't need to be restated. Yeah. Yeah, got it.
You could accept use and, at the first of that sentence.
Dr. Sheldon?
Nope. We inherited these, I think, the way back personnel policy, which I can open. I have an old copy of it if you want me to really make sure.
I will say that this has been a while since I've looked over the teleworking section. The stuff that I inputted for this meeting was remote work, suggested edits, which I put as 5.02.
And they're kind of confusing because they could be synonymous or they could not be.
Which leads to my other suggestion is that I think that this section needs to move up to be right below remote work in 5.02. It should become 5.03. But we can copy and paste and finish the document at another time, but that's just my suggestion is to have it where remote work is also discussed.
Yeah.
And you'll correct the numbering when you do all that.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
So are there any other changes or revisions or are we good with this now?
Yes.
Looks good.
Okay, looks like we all concur that, so this was section. What is it now? 10.09. 10.09. All right, so we're gonna switch this one. Yeah. Maybe make a footnote that it will get approved. By
5.03. it'll become its own section.
So before we leave this, though, I guess. We were working on 4.02, and we got through. Got through that, right? So, because this is not on the 4.03, 4.04 needs to be updated. I would like to see those on the agenda for the next meeting so that we can wrap this stuff up.
4.03 and 4.04.
Yeah,
And
there's new language in there. When I printed this out, I see that it was got new language.
can you just read me the short title for those, just to make sure I get?
OE job descriptions and recruitment, OE position descriptions.
Okay.
Four point oh five, work schedule allowed. Okay, so we have concurrence on 10.09 telework on its vehicle policies, 11.06.
Did we want to talk about your remote work suggestions? Because that's what I actually put in for that discussion.
Well, yeah, I do want to talk about that.
Okay.
But then it somehow, yeah, that's where it's supposed to go. Thanks.
Yeah, I put that in as 5.02. Okay. And you actually had suggested edits for 5.01 as well. Which I don't see that on here. So if you want to talk about that, please, we could.
Okay, so, I ran across some other language that I thought might either augment what's there or, basically if it would augment what's there to provide additional clarification. So the green is the suggested addition.
So I'm confused. Is this on the agenda?
Well, it's to have the end, but it doesn't look like it. So I guess we could say that since it's not on the agenda, and we've approved the agenda, I guess we have to save this.
Starts at
until the
8
next
a.m. and
meeting.
ends at 5 a.m.
It's a long day.
It's a long day.
It's a day on Mars, is what that is right there.
All right, guys, you can change it to the P, okay? That's my mistake, all right? And
was just-
after a 7-hour deposition, so there might be some.
So
No worries.
would you schedule this next meeting then?
Oh, man.
I just want everybody to work.
Just get after it.
I mean, we've been having discussions that are on the agenda. This is not for board action, it's for board concurrence. So it's up to the board. It's being read into the record, anything that we are discussing. So I'm comfortable with it being read into the record for the public to view if it's requested.
All right, thank you.
But the thing that jumps right to my mind is it said board, the office is open Monday through Friday. And I understand we're open now, Monday through Thursday.
That's true, and we struggle to maintain those hours with our current staffing level.
That's kind of a major change, isn't it?
So, yeah, I think when we originally. Before George time. That the office was scheduled to be open Monday through Friday to allow public access. Especially tribal access, because they were Monday through Thursday, and that allows them Friday to come in. So I don't. Is there a reason you changed anything?
Change what?
Working 5 days a week to 4 days a week,
Yeah,
having the office open Monday through Friday instead of what it is now, Monday through Thursday.
sure. There's an array of reasons. So, one of the main reasons is that we have so much work that we need to just be focused on that's not open to the public times. Two, we have always had staffing issues, so trying to get the doors open during those times has been an issue, to try to add a Friday. Three, for folks who commute, that is a pretty significant difference on, so two of your three main office, openers and closers, that will significantly change their lives. Driving to and from Romania an extra day a week is substantial. Then we've also found that we've been able to meet the public need during the first 4 days. It's been pretty, we haven't had anybody who's like, oh, no Friday.
Well, that's because there's no winter. I've come, one time I came, I didn't know you changed, I can't show up on Friday, and the door was locked. I had no idea.
Oh, I didn't change it without you guys approving it. And
We, the board never approved it on the 4-day work week.
oh, okay. I mean, I would have to go back and dig into that, but I wouldn't have ever thought I had authority to tell you when the office was or wasn't going to be open.
I
I don't remember it now.
So,
I know we discussed it very, very early in the process,
Yeah,
but I don't recall saying, yeah, we're gonna do a 4-day work week.
one of the other issues is that we encountered, and we continue to encounter, some safety reasons to have two people in the office at a time. So that makes it a little more difficult also. And then just for context, the Missoula Regional Office and the Kalispell Regional Offices that maintain, a 8 to 5 Monday through Friday have 8 staff members each. Kalispell just going to 9, Missoula trying to go to 9. So I mean, we're understaffed for being able to achieve that. I think it might be on every one of our water act forms too. And throughout the website.
Some government offices, they'll be the 5 or the general hours are bigger than public hours, so that they don't open their doors in public at 9. But employees are starting at 8 or 7:30. That gives them an hour and a half just to do their work before the public starts walking. Or you answer phones. So that's just throwing that out there because you need time to get work done. Even just to check basic emails, you need some focus time. So that could be built into this too, that we allow, some discretion on the doors open for the public and the phones open. To give the staff some time just to do something.
It's not on the forms.
So what are the hours of the office now?
We run the hours 9 to 5, Monday through Thursday.
Okay,
And staff show up here as early as 7 and leave as late as 7.
so nobody's working 40 hours a week.
Everybody's working 40 hours a week. That is a full-time staff.
Thursday.
Yeah,
So they're working 10-hour days instead of 8-hour days.
but a lot of us will work mostly 10s and then make up some hours on a Friday, you see people do 9s and then 4 on Friday, just because sometimes 10 is too much. But,
That's all approved by you.
yeah, the comings and goings, the core hours are pretty rigid. And, if you're gonna miss one of those days, then, it's gotta get on the calendar and approved in advance. But really everybody is operating off of that, an 8:30 to 5:30, Monday through Thursday. Those are the standard fixed periods of everybody's work schedule who is in operations. We have exceptions because Kathy Schubert, who is totally remote employee and only part-time, and the vast majority of her work is on the database. She doesn't fall into that category, of course. But Ethan, Sydney, and James, that is our main go-to, and that has been extremely effective for us so far. And we have,
Is this something that, what you're saying makes sense. I am really concerned about employee safety. But sooner or later, you are gonna be full staffed. I mean, is this something we should approve in an interim basis? Until things change and to come back, we can change it. Because I really think we should be open 5 days a week to the public.
And that was the intent, really.
Yeah.
Sure, with our discussions, that we are here for the public. So they can walk in the door. So I think that's probably a good suggestion.
we do Fridays by appointment. That's a commonly done thing, but at present, we've also had days where we had to close the office because there wasn't enough coverage.
So you're basically up to 6 FTEs now, the bodies that are here, excluding Kathy Schubert. So at what point are you gonna need 10? Can you be open 5 days a week?
Well, realistically, I don't know how you got 6. On this year.
Sydney, James, Christie, Rhonda, and the GIS guy, he's here somewhere.
He's an intern who works 16 hours a week.
I guess it's not FTE hours, part-time, so.
Christie's, and Rhonda's time has been totally redirected to finance. So, I mean, they're not building any office
Well,
operations.
You have
so.
staff in the office is what I'm saying. Have both. So at what point are we can we go back to 5 days a week?
When we hire 3 more people. That'd be my rough estimate. We'd be able to build it unless, I mean, I think there's additional shifts that you guys will have with finance, but that'd be my guess. We would need.
Well, I think you're talking about two different things here. I was talking about safety. When you're talking about work product.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, it's okay. I'm just trying
Get
to figure out.
derailed. What did you want to talk more about?
I was
Safety.
worried about having only one person here.
So we do not, allow the office to be open to the public if there's only one staff member available, even if it's during the designated business
How-
hours. A sign is required to be put up on the door.
Okay, back to my point.
Okay,
How long, what do you need to be able to have the office open on Friday and ensure employee safety? How many employees do you need for that?
I think we need to hire 3 full-time employees.
Just for safety?
No, not just for safety.
That's what I'm concentrating on right now.
Okay. I guess I don't know.
Okay, well, that's a fair answer. It's just something we should consider.
Right.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Well, I guess I just have one, and it's gonna sound harsher than I mean it to. But on all of our job descriptions, we have on there that this is a place of work in Ronan. This is the duty station. So I think if you choose to work here and you live somewhere else, that's a choice that you make. It doesn't become a justification to not have the office open. So, I mean, I get it. I've been a commuting employee too, and it's a pain, but it was a choice I made. So I think when we're approaching this decision on whether we're open 4 or 5 days, there's definite pros and cons, but I don't think that can be part of the discussion.
But if you lose employees because, they're not gonna be able to accommodate where they're at, it leaves you without, you get in a deeper hole. So on one hand, I get it, like, it's not my problem because, where they live. But on the other hand, it is your problem because you need employees. And so it's, trying to strike that balance between, what are you really after? You're trying to get water rights managed on the reservation. How important is an extra day on Friday or not to the service? How, like what happens if you've got the door open on Friday and then there's nobody here can actually answer the questions? That's a different kind of problem, right? So there's having the door open so you can walk in and leave a message, or there's having the door open so that you can come in, you can get like actually quality resolution to your issue.
But if we're looking long-term, we know we've got a big workload coming.
3,000 water rights will come in by early 2025.
And we know we can hire and we can keep the office open. I just think we've got to start planning for a 5-day week with the workload that's coming and make the appropriate steps. And if that's part of hiring, I think it's something we've learned at this point we have to consider. So I'm just throwing that out there.
Yeah.
Well, I think we need to move towards moving back to that schedule. So, just like when we hired you, you knew we were gonna be open 5 days a week. And wherever you live, the office was gonna be here. So it's your prerogative to accept the job or not, so.
If I may, my offer of employment states Monday through Thursday.
I couldn't hear you. What'd you say, Sydney?
My offer of employment stated Monday through Thursday, then I have on Friday about it.
Oh,
Huh,
really?
that's a good point. Thank you for sharing. It's good to know.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I guess this is something we'll need to think about hard, moving forward. We might as well keep chunking along through this. See if we can cross these things like this policy manual.
Only after you call for a break.
All right. That's a good point. So why don't we take 10-15 minutes, reconvene at 3:25. There's one thing about this policy stuff, it sure weeds out the public.
How's the inside?
Okay, we will reconvene the October 30th, meeting of the Flathead Reservation Water Management Board. We're on telework on the, personnel policies manual. So, I guess maybe you can scroll up a little bit to 5.01. So 5.01 was that other language relative to, if there's any more comments on that, to add that to this already, what's there already.
I really encourage you to hire people so we can actually achieve this before you pass it. You know, because we cannot do it right now. And I'd be concerned that if you pass this, we may actually lose employees.
Well, it seems to me that it says in general, generally includes work performed Monday through Friday. The policy could be written broader than what we're doing. I don't want to get pinched into, it says Monday through Thursday, but we want to be open on Friday. I like the way it's written now, there's just that some flexibility to move it around. It's just how do you do that? How do you think consensus like to do that? Is there a subsequent, document for office hours or, that we're going to use? I actually think a Tuesday through Thursday schedule might be best for the public rather than a Monday through Thursday.
Tuesday through Friday.
Tuesday through Friday. Listen at 5 a.m. thing, I guess.
Yeah, really.
It seems like everyone has a Monday, not everyone, but a lot of the 4-day work weeks are Monday through Thursday. And if we really want to be available for the public, Friday's the key day. And a Tuesday through Friday is, might be more appropriate if we're really targeting public opportunity. And I do think some of the 410s or ideas, you do get that lock in after 3 o'clock. After those 5 day a week, people get off roughly 3:30, 4 o'clock. They do have the opportunity to come in after their hours. It doesn't work when you marry up with other 410 workers.
Yeah.
That's why an offset of Tuesday through Friday might be better in that regard. So just kicking out ideas. I think the policy should be written broader than what we do and give us the opportunity to flex that around as we see fit. And we may change that every 6 months, winter hours, it could be a seasonal thing that we collectively agree to do something different. But the policy should allow for that.
So could we hear from Sydney and Rhonda what they think?
I do have a question, which is, if the already pre-established letters of employment, would those be changed after this decision? So if they stated Monday through Thursday, would they be changed to Tuesday through Thursday retrospectively?
It's a great question. I don't know the answer.
Well, what do you think about a 5-day office work week?
I think it
Just be honest,
I think it would play a part in the accepting this role.
Okay. Rhonda?
I really appreciate the 410 work week. But I think that there's a way that we can meet in the middle. We only have to have 2 people open. Could we potentially still have 410s, but have some staff on the front of the week and other staff on the back of the week, so we can still maintain office coverage, but still accommodate flexible schedules?
Can we consider split shifts? We have what, half the crew Monday through Thursday and half Tuesday through Friday,
Yeah, I don't.
and that's already pegged in there.
Yeah.
I guess what I'm hearing is there's 2 definitions of success. We want this office to be successful for the public, the user, which means more accessibility, but we also want it to be successful for our staff. We don't want you to leave. And I get the appeal of a 4-day work week. I had that at the Tribes and I loved it. But I think the nexus for all of this is what you brought. You need more help. You need more people. So how do we accomplish that? How do we get you more help? Because that's what all of this hinges on. So what do we do to expedite that?
Some of it will help if we could get to this section under the office of the engineer, so I can at least fly another job.
Okay.
But, and while you're there, you can decide you want to double that if you want. That's a tangible, suggestion to where,
Yeah, it seems like that's the linchpin, isn't it? You need more people. And then you could have your cake and eat it too. So, that might,
When that gets back to budget.
it gets back to,
Can't say people without money.
no, we do have, don't we have those positions budgeted for?
So like I said, I'm still trying to learn. I hadn't seen that budget until, Monday
Okay, so we don't
at
need.
10 o'clock. So, and I'm not trying to, be dodgy. I'm just saying, anything I'm thinking is half baked, because I haven't had a lot of time. And in between now and then, I've been tackling a lot of projects. So, I would need to really go through that a little bit more and look at where we're at. I'd want to first get the known employee allocations to where they needed to be, for existing staff. And that's gonna change, the numbers. And then what we need to do is figure out, I need to have a conversation with you and Roger to see what your long-term plan is for this finance arrangement and what that entails, how much money that costs. There's blank lines after this position that now enacted a fiscal policy that has a position that you don't have filled as the person. Which to me also seems a little ahead of things, like we should get people in the position for you. Or at least write that maybe in a way that somebody else could do those things. That's what we gotta do. We gotta go through that. And then I think, even though we might not have everything sorted out as much as we want, I think we're gonna have to approach the parties to try to get, funding for a couple more people. If you wanna have Fridays, I just explained to you, both of those regional offices have 8 people, FTEs, okay, to keep themselves open. And I talked to them today and they were like, yep, and it's tough sometimes with 8 to keep it all running. And they do have the same 2-person, it's what they call an unofficial policy, but they don't ever have the doors open with a single person in the office either. So that mimics what I've tried to, do here for safety reasons, to have 2 people.
But everything you just said just underscores what I stated, which is in order for this to work, we need more staff. Right? So how do we get there? That's what we have to navigate, but the goal is to meet the needs of the public and our staff, and seems like that's how we get there.
Okay, all right, so we're on 5.0. Back to this, I guess I've heard a lot of stuff now, and we discussed a lot of items here, and that hiring is a critical one, so do we want, since we're on 5.01, should we deal with this now? And then we can decide what we want to do, like Shane said, I think the language is appropriate. And then we have to figure out the workaround. So, Jordan, your thoughts?
Well, it looks like the existing language there gets us there in the interim, right? Shane, would you add anything to that?
To that green
Yeah,
piece, Monday through Friday. Variations to the designated workday and work week will be made or approved by management, employees, immediate supervisor. I think it's broad enough to allow us the flexibility
okay,
to do whatever we want to do. We just need something internally to describe what it is we want to do. And if we've already made hiring contingent on certain days of the week, I feel we have to honor that.
yeah,
So I think the policy itself is fine. It's how we implement within that is the difficult part. And to me, the current action is we're open Monday through Thursday. And the question is, do we need to be open Friday? And in order to do that, you either slide the 4 days or you go to a 5 day. And maybe have a split shift of some kind, contingent on having a person have to do that. And I do think there's some seasonality to this too, that,
mhm.
in the dead of winter,
Mhm.
people really aren't thinking about water.
No, that's true. It's absolutely true.
So, but at the same time, that offers, great time to get some work done. But it's the same 40 hours. To me, 40 hours is 40 hours, whether you do it in 4 days or whether you do it in 5 days. Aside from field work, it's still 40 hours. 40 hours of office work is to me 40 hours of office work.
So, your thoughts?
I agree with what Shane was just saying there. It's pretty well covered in that statement there, and we can work with the staff and try to get it where we are. Got someone here 5 days a week. Hiring more people sounds like something that we have to do. It
Yeah.
don't sound like we have the money for it, though. Is that correct?
Well, I think we need to take a hard look at our budget and moving some things around, maybe. I think we need to assess that in more detail.
So if they have enough
I think-
employees, then you could do the split
Yeah.
shift and be open 5 days a week.
Yeah. Ken?
I'm in with Shane.
Yeah, I am too. So we have concurrence on 5.01 with the additional language. I hear.
Except for the very last sentence, employees are expected to accurately record the actual time, performing job duties or work-related travel. What exactly does that mean?
That seems like it's not in the right section.
Oh, okay.
So why don't we get rid of that sentence? Anything else?
No.
Okay. Georgia, you good?
I'm
Yeah.
good.
Good.
Ken? You good? Okay, for concurrence. Okay, so we have an hour and 15 minutes left unless we're gonna go after 5 o'clock. I don't know what everybody's schedule is, but it seems like we have 2 things that we really need to touch on. One is we need to get to this board business, and then we need to get to Ethan's Office of the Water Engineer, to talk about hiring them. So I guess I would suggest we put the rest of this on hold and jump over to the board business. I don't think that'll take too long. And then Ethan can give us his engineer's report. Is everybody okay with that?
Sounds great.
I'm good. Jordan, or Rhonda, you're on.
In your guys' finance folder, you're gonna find a letter from Haley's office. And that was submitted to Shelley Moore in conjunction with the conversation that we had last time about D&O insurance. At this point in time, we have not heard back from the carrier. So we're not sure if they're gonna accept this or if they need more time to consider. And Haley may have some more input on this for the D&O insurance.
No, I mean, this was just something that I brought up at the last meeting in case we needed to provide it. After it sounded like Shelley tried to go to another carrier, and they also said no based on this weird water district type consideration, which the board does not do. And so I just provided a letter stating that, or what the authority and jurisdiction of the board was, and that it has nothing to do with this kind of holdup that those 2 carriers were hanging their hats on. So that's all.
Okay, is it worth a follow-up call to Shelley or?
I'll follow up again. Then the next one is a revised, board compensation form. This is taking the feedback that I have received from board members to make it a little bit more simpler. And it also has kind of a compensation rate chart in it. And so if you guys are okay with this, this will just be a housekeeping. We'll just transition everything to this new form. And it will not substitute the spreadsheets. We will still provide spreadsheets at the meetings. It's good. And then the next one would be compensation for regular board meetings for September. For your review and approval.
Actually, I had a question. And maybe we've already discussed this. This is committee work group, so that sort of thing over 3 hours.
Mhm.
So when I came down here to help with pickup selection, just about 45 minutes each way. I don't know, I forget how long we spent. I mean, what counts as over 3 hours? Is it, just a special trip I made, or was
Yeah,
it just? That is it?
that would, yes.
Okay,
So we would need to get that put on a form.
okay, 'cause I didn't claim it because I didn't know what to do.
Yeah, so
Okay.
you would get, if it was over 3 hours, you would also get per diem if necessary and mileage, if,
Okay.
that qualifies.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, so we're on the September board meeting compensation. Does anybody have any revisions to this, or are we good with it? Georgia?
All good.
Yeah,
Just based on what Rhonda just said, I guess I do.
well, no, this is board compensation.
Board,
That's-
okay, gotcha, no, I'm fine.
Good, I'm good, so
Okay, approved.
approved. Okay, now on to the others.
The next packet you'll have is, board compensations for meetings and.
Let me back up. I guess that was a total action item. So I need to. Okay, so we had discussion, any public comment? the board compensation.
Word.
If anyone online, from the public has a comment, please raise your hand and I'll allow you to speak. No public comment.
Okay, thank you, Sydney. With that, is there a motion to approve the board compensation for September?
I move to approve the board's compensation for September 2024.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Okay, board compensation for committees, July, August, and September. So, this is also an action item, do we start with July? The July one? For review. And I don't see you had anything in July. George didn't have anything in July. Clayton did, which is Georgia and I. But I'm good with this, Georgia.
Yeah, I'm fine.
All right, so, should we approve these individually or should we approve them as a packet?
Well, back to my conference. If you do September, then I've got to talk to
Okay,
you.
so let's approve. So, is there a motion to approve the board committee compensation for July 2024?
I move to approve the July compensation.
I'll second it. Okay, moved and seconded. Public comment?
If anyone online from the public has a comment, please raise your hand and I'll allow you to speak. No public comment?
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Motion carries. Okay, we're on to August board committee compensation. There is on this one, just Georgia and I again. I think your trip was in
September.
September, yeah. So, okay, any discussion? I'm okay with this. Georgia, are you okay with
Aye.
this? Public comment?
If anyone online from the public has a comment, please raise your hand and I'll allow you to speak. No public comment?
Thank you, Sydney. So all those in favor of approving the board compensation for August 2024? I need a motion. No, thanks.
I move to approve August 2024.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, we're on to September. Ken
And Clayton.
and Clayton. Yes, okay.
So I don't know what Clayton's mileage is.
Can I suggest that I resubmit this at the next meeting with those changes?
Yep. So you'll submit your
Yes.
form and we'll get Clayton to submit this form and. And we'll revisit that. All right, thank you for that. All right, thanks, Rhonda. And we're on to the Office of the Engine. Do you wanna, which would you like to do, Ethan? Would you want both of these or just your Office of the Engineer? We've got an hour.
I'll just do, everything under, the Office of the Engineer section. I'll include the wire stuff there before you go to. It won't be very long. First I'll give you some office updates. We did get an EPA notice of unknown pipe materials, so that's posted in the restrooms and the kitchenette. I don't know if the water's poisonous, but there may be lead in it.
Did they sample?
No, this is just an indication of a pipe servicing this building of unknown material. It's not.
Quite a few people in Ronan that have the older buildings here have gotten that notice. My mother got one and she has one of the older houses here in Ronan.
So, just be aware when you're using the facilities that, is an issue. We do have alternative drinking water, which is why, but even before we had this, we assumed, we should get alternative drinking water, but, so that's why we have a cold and water service. Also gotta let you know that, the state meeting records that were recorded of your meetings before you had your own office doing its own reporting, seem to be irrevocably lost. The YouTube account was deleted. There's efforts going forward on trying to recover that, but that's, I think, about 14 meetings
Wow.
that, happened before, you had a more organized, self-staff arrangement. I have put the lease in front of the landlord, but I haven't heard any response from her about that or the ACH updates that are needed for her rent payment to go through. But just want to let you know, I ended up following that. Good news. Sydney Palmer has successfully completed her probationary period with flying colors.
Of course.
Sydney is now 2 months away from completing her latter position from a water resource specialist one to a water resource specialist 2. At the end of that month, or it's sometime in December, we'll work on a specific date, but she will attain her updated title and an updated pay rate.
That's awesome, Sydney.
Thank you.
She also helped us get some installations of equipment that Rhonda had helped us purchase. We got an anchored bookshelf in her office, and we now have a push bar right
I
here.
saw that.
So
I
that
like that.
you can run for your life, Ken. You just push on that door, it's gonna open. I will warn you, it will not, it will lock behind you though, so. But that's a safety upgrade. Rhonda found it. Jack Helmsing something, installed it, while Sydney was, keeping track of things. James returns on Tuesday. I'm gonna take some time off for hunting. The, virus updates are that, we gotta have a special acknowledgement for Kathy Schubert and James Frakes. They've been working hard. Haley has actually also chimed in. Thank you, Haley, and, done good on helping us navigate jurisdictional issues. DNRC and Respect have really stepped up their game to help get solutions on the table. Go live happens on 10/31, Halloween. It's gonna be a little more limited to previous briefings that you had. It will only include the 60 DF, the 6 DDF, and the 60 SF. And this is to test the board's water right dork status. If you don't know what those are, better read your forms better. It will not include the ability to move forward with state-based registrations. We have concluded methods to address the state-based registrations in a more effective way than had been thought of in the past, that also addresses the state's permissions concerns. I would anticipate that rollout to be sometime before February of 2025. You should also be aware that CSKT is required to file their registrations by 2026. And that is, those two things being that close together is not a good spot for us to be in. Parties are continuing to develop what will now be a committee for GIS, jurisdictional determinations. I'll keep you posted on that, but hopefully, Mr. Vice Chair, that was succinct enough for you. Personnel actions, sorry, I've got chewing gum literally in my mouth.
What are the dates you're gonna be out?
I'm working on that. I'm trying to arrange with staff, so I gotta interact a little bit with James before I get him up. And if you'd like, I can copy you on the invitations for those times out. Does that work?
Yeah.
Okay. But I'll be out Thursday. And we do have coverage set up for Thursday.
So is any of the staff also gonna be out on it?
We already had Scott just killed that thing. It's skull in his office there. So he's done a little bit. He's gonna probably take some hunting too. I'm not sure what cities hunting plans are, but, we'll see. Oh,
You got that?
There's this bloody
sorry, it's
carcass.
in.
Yeah.
All right. You know, I definitely would like, under the personal actions, I'm definitely asking you right now for hiring authority for at least one water resource specialist. I think you should consider letting me hire two.
Mhm.
I gave you the older, job description that we had in effect for, water resource specialist from 2023-8-10. And, as within the past, I'd like to reach out and see what, experience levels are out there and hire accordingly. I think that would be, and I needed coaching. I didn't have time to give before we had to get everything posted as to whether or not these are requiring, formal board action. So that's why you see in the agenda, the parenthetic if necessary on this. If I at least want you to agree for me to go forward with this. Haley, do they need to take an official action on the hiring?
I think we did in the past.
Okay, so, at present, I have all the personnel actions bundled together.
We'll separate them. Those different actions.
Okay. So maybe we can let you cogitate on the hiring of one or two, water rights specialists at this time. And, you can decide what you'd like to do.
Well, in light of the budget discussion we had earlier, is it something we could afford or fits into our budget? I don't know.
So if I looked over the budget correctly, we have an unfilled hydrogeologist position with allocated funds. So there's enough money there that could be used to fill two of these positions. For instance. But I know you need that position as well, so.
So maybe you can go to the budget.
Yeah,
I think it's a good idea.
yeah, that's a good
Yeah.
suggestion.
So,
Budget.
so if once everybody gets the budget, Jonathan. So we can just run down through that. So the top water engineer, that's Ethan. Hydrogeologist is a vacant position. I'm assuming that the hydrologist mid-level is James.
Yes, and with the reminder that we need to do an hourly adjustment to that. Is it's listed at 34, which is an entry level hydrologist.
And what should it be then?
On the next step, where we'll get him in a new promotion plan, that would go up to 36, but a mid-level is actually between 36 and 40, depending on what other assigns they have.
Okay, we'll plug James in then at 36, so. Okay, then we come down, water right specialist, part-time, I think that's probably Kathy Schubert, is that correct?
That's correct.
Coming down, water rights specialist at 29, is that Sydney?
Yes.
And then,
Kathy Schubert does not have fringe benefits. We do have taxes we need to pay. We do pay herself on everything. But she's not participating in, health insurance or retirement. So that might be something that needs to be looked at.
okay, so then we come down and the next water rights specialist, I assume is Christie. And she has expressed an interest in coming back to work in that position. So I think that'll be the transitioning back to your shop.
I think the next one down, if that's the
Or is that
29,
compliance tech?
wait, you just dropped, okay, yeah, I'm sorry.
So
So
the
35, the one right below 35, that is rated at an hourly of 29. That will convert, that's actually Sydney's position,
Right,
I believe. I don't know for sure because I didn't make this, but and that will need to be 30 in December.
okay, but for now, it's okay, so. Okay, so then we come down to the next water resource specialist, that,
That would be Christie's position, I believe.
right, okay. So then compliance tech was Rhonda, she's moving into the finance director. And that'll get changed. I don't remember exactly what the numbers are, but close enough. 26, 28, somewhere in there. So there's one position, so you've got two water resource specialists now and a hydrologist. And you've got the hydrogeologist open. So that's where your budget's at. Unless you can, want to move other numbers around.
Have we done many?
I'm not for sure, you know, how long we can keep Kathy, so we'll, I'll have to negotiate that with Kathy.
Right, but the current contract is for the end of this year, right?
I think so.
So what are you suggesting, Roger?
Well, so I'm suggesting he's got at the high end of a hydrogeologist position right now, open in his budget for hiring a water resource specialist. I guess to me, when I look at the budget, that's where it's at. That's what's vacant. And you're getting one returning, so then you'll have 3 water rights specialists or water resource specialists.
Yep.
So I guess for now, it looks like the budget's there for one. Unless we want to move some monies around somehow.
I think the starting end of the water resource specialist salary is 26, so technically you could actually fit 2 in that hydrogeologist salary. With some fluctuation between 26 and 28-ish.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Well, what we're not accounting for is the financial direction, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
This blanket cost there.
Well, no, because that's the compliance
Yeah.
stuff, really. That'll change, but then that one will just go down there.
Right, so
But the pay will go up.
Yeah, a little
it's the
bit.
same currently.
Similar.
So
It's 25
It'll go,
currently.
yeah, but the position description's a little
Okay.
more. So yeah, that's, that compliance tech converts to the finance director, basically.
So the question I would have for Ethan is, how badly do you need this hydrogeologist as opposed to your water resource specialist?
I need it really badly, and I'm gonna need the water resource specialist if you want me to keep the office open the way you guys want it. It's not like I can do everything with nothing. You know, I mean, that part of this is kind of frustrating because, you know, you guys keep wanting additional stuff, but I've got so many constraints.
I get that, okay,
All right.
I get it. Okay, I wanna know why you need the what you call it, the hydrogeologist.
The hydrogeologist would be because, we're gonna have multiple petitions for groundwater management areas in this area, in this office, in front of you. You actually need a hydrogeologist as well, because that person will be reviewing the petitions that are, I actually don't hear them. You are the ones who will have to hear and review the petitions for groundwater management areas. And typically, you'd want to have a hydrogeologist on staff to manage that. Additionally, when we get into permits and changes, there is a more sophisticated type of assessment that has to go into large groundwater diversions for municipalities or irrigation or other things. And the hydrogeologist usually has pretty good skill set, or sometimes an advanced type regular hydrologist.
So which do you want first, the water resource specialist or the hydrogeologist? And what's your time frame for needing a hydrogeologist? Is it something we need right away?
I think we are probably gonna see one of those petitions in early 2025.
Okay.
You know, and so how long does it take somebody to get hired here? Cause I mean, when you get a hydrogeologist, it's not like they just show up with understanding how the water rights work, you know? I mean, it takes a little time. So, I mean, based on all that, maybe right now, we just hire a single water resource specialist. Yeah, if you guys are gonna make me decide, and this is the budget, you know, I'm probably gonna go that route, and then that cuts into the hydrogeologist salary. Which it sounds like some of these other things are going to also, I'm just gonna have to move stuff around.
So just a follow-up question. I don't know, this is why I'm asking. Could the function of a hydrogeologist be accomplished through a contract position?
Yeah, but we still need money. So
I
the
get
contract, yeah, well, I mean, I'm just saying, like, the contractors would be, so if we engage in the contract, then we've got to, you know, we're still gonna need to assign somebody to like manage the contract, right? So that comes out of, you know, like, that'll be Sydney, James, or Ethan, who will then need to like step in to also manage the contract, which is an additional personnel, you know, commitment. I think that we may end up having to go that route, and I have been in active dialogue with different people who could provide those services, because what will end up happening is, if we don't have a hydrogeologist and we need a hydrogeologist, we're gonna have to contract a hydrogeologist.
Okay.
So your thinking is totally spot on. It will still eat into,
It will have an expense, but the answer is yes.
yeah,
Got it. Okay,
I didn't mean to sound flippant if I did.
no,
To either
it's,
one of you.
no, it's not that. I'm just trying to figure out how to, I want you to have the resources that you need to do
Okay.
what you need to do. And I think all of us here are trying to problem solve with you, not against you. So how do we get there? And, you know, I think we're getting a budget now. This is great. We can start working within the framework of this number. And, you know, I'm just trying to figure out, how do we get there?
So when does the state and the tribes give us their, what do you call it, annual allocation?
Ethan,
Was
when
that?
does that happen, do you?
When they're gonna provide the additional funds.
When did we get the appropriation? I think is
Yeah.
what Ken is asking.
So,
It was staggered, wasn't it?
I've only been here once when it was supposed to occur, and the occurrence was delayed significantly. So I can't totally tell you when it will happen, but the reason that we had gone to a calendar year for the fiscal cycle was because the delay from the October date was significant enough. It was actually the September date that they did the first go around. The October date is the one for the tribes, the September date's the one for the state. And they had targeted, you know, moving that money over September 1st, I think it was, and then it didn't come until quite a bit later than that.
It came a couple months later than what we had originally anticipated, but I thought that the biennium ends June 30th, I think, doesn't it? And so that's when we thought the money was gonna transfer. It didn't transfer and it was a couple months late. But because it was in that window of being 2 months late, we could then go to being on a fiscal year consistent with federal fiscal years. And so that's how the timing works out.
That's right.
So I guess we've been, the big thing is this budget. We've been waiting and waiting on this budget. And so now we have it. Now, we also had an original budget from the DNRC that had positions filled in. And so we had to take that budget and basically work with that initially. And that was their vision of what the kind of tribes and the staff and the DNRC that's thought our staffing needs were gonna be. So now we're at this, where we have this amount of staffing and we know, it sounds like now we may have, I guess we need to keep a couple things in mind. One, we'll get those 3,000 records, but we've been waiting for those for 2 years already anyway, so, there is a need to jump on those, but it's not like they're gonna go away either. We're not gonna be able to. But once we work through them, then that's gonna be done too,
Yeah.
So we need to figure out what's the critical path here, Is it the hydrogeologist? Is it the water rights specialist? What is it? You need to look to the future and see, and then we can go say, DNRC, we appreciated what you did, but it wasn't enough. You were short some positions or something. And then we can talk to the tribal council too, but that's on you. That's not on us. You're the manager. You need to tell us where those things are shaken out.
Okay,
That's not our job. That's your job.
If I may, right now, there is a water specialist and a hydrologist sharing the workload of a compliance tech. And along with that, kind of a short term, I think a water rights specialist would be beneficial. While long term, I think the hydrogeologist would be best. But right now, when I'm out or if James is out, then one person is now sharing the work of a hydrogeologist, a water specialist, and compliance tech.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
Well, I think, Ethan said, when it comes down to it, you want the 2 water rights specialists. You want them all, but you want the water rights specialists first.
I haven't been able to find a hydrogeologist, so wanting one doesn't really matter. I mean,
My point is, you need the 2 water
Yeah.
rights specialists.
yeah,
Pronto.
yeah,
Okay.
let's do it.
So what are you proposing?
2 water rights specialists. And I'm gonna pull the hydrogeologist off the website.
What PDs are we looking at?
You're looking at the, sorry. One that says water resource specialist, job description. Page 1 through 7.
Oh, no, there's not.
26 to 32 an hour, depending on experience, education, with possible pay boost for specific skill sets.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm right. I'm still doing good.
Oh, how's it sources? Take it, these will be level one.
So, to revisit kind of where we're at. We have job descriptions and we have position descriptions. And I tried to set this up the way I had learned from, Massachusetts Institute of Technology and how they do their jobs. And, the job description describes the full gamut of levels that would be available. And we go out and advertise for that. And so if we get some amazing water resource specialist who comes and applies, we'd be able to hire. Or,
So this is for all three levels.
yep, I would like to run this out and see what is available. And manage the budgetary constraints on the back end after I see the application pool.
It works for me.
Shane, what are your thoughts?
Overall, it's pretty good. The only thing I jumped out at me is the schedule, that if we're gonna stick with the Monday through Thursday in our outreach, then I feel that we're committing to a Monday through Thursday, setup for our office. And I'm not saying that's right or wrong, I'm just saying that's what it is.
So what page are you on?
Right on the front page of the schedule, it says flex, but I don't know what
Oh, I see, yeah.
flex means. When then it seems pretty unflexible when you say Monday through Friday. Monday to Thursday, 8:30 to 5:30.
So I guess this seems like a good time to start making that transition then to Monday through Friday. Since, I mean, that's gonna be the goal ultimately.
So I guess my general thought is make it a Monday through Friday, but the flex would mean you could go to a different work schedule. That could be narrower than Monday through
Or Tuesday through
Friday, or Tuesday
through
through
Friday.
Friday. But to me, it's already describing a 4-10 work schedule, Monday through Thursday, is, I don't know what you would flex within that. That makes sense. It's a pretty defined work schedule.
Well, the 8:30 to 5:30 isn't, that's not 10 hours.
Yeah.
So it's
So you
flex because it allows you. I mean, right now, like what we've got to compete with is, like DNRC is typically offering a day of telework. There's a lot of flexibility in some of the other positions that are being offered right now. To me, I think writing this up in a way that doesn't pin it down so that if we do get somebody who would only take a 4-10 schedule, I'd rather hire them than have nobody.
I think just change it to Monday through Friday flexible. Leave it at that.
Does that cover us, Haley, within our policy? Like if we wanted? That's okay, okay.
I mean, there's a whole bunch of options, right? I mean, your biggest thing is if it's a full-time employee, you're looking at 32 to 40 hours. It doesn't matter when during Monday through Friday, as long as they're getting the 32 to 40 hours.
Okay.
So that's why if there's a flexibility to what the schedule would look like, then that could be a decision between the immediate supervisor and that employee.
Okay,
And that can be discussed in that hiring process too. It's like, hey, I really can only work Tuesday through Friday, but I can definitely sign on for the 40 hours.
okay,
So right there, they're signing on to working 4/10s.
okay.
So it's just an understanding with that. But yeah, in our policies, we just change it to where we have that flexibility between the 5 days.
Good to know.
The other thing is this is just a job description. The position description itself would define actually what somebody's a more tangible work schedule would look like.
Okay.
That's what I was talking about, where it's like, you could have that conversation when you're hiring and then it would be fleshed out in that document rather than this. But it should be changed for sure on here to say Monday through Friday, and then we could put in parentheses flexible.
Yep, I do that.
So do we need a motion?
Yeah, then we'll be on this.
Okay.
So when this will go out on the board's website, where else do you anticipate advertising?
Local. We have had very little luck reaching out. I mean, we spent a bunch of money last time reaching out to larger distribution networks, you know, for like everything that we have found so far was found either through the University of Montana or MSU job announcements. I've typically extended that out to some stuff in Idaho and Washington as well. Obviously the tribes websites, they were publishing some papers, Missoulian, you know, the one up in Kalispell, stuff on the reservation. At least, you know, being in Charcusta. That'd be generally what I would prefer to focus on. None of the Indeed stuff has panned out for us and cost a bunch of extra money. So,
I can get it out at SKC too. We have a very good crop of hydrologists right now in the department, so I'd be happy to get it out over there.
I'm talking to 15 Monday morning,
Are you?
15 new ones.
Okay.
I found this stuff through the travel, announcements that they send to travel employees.
So,
That's good to know.
well,
Well, we're sure glad you read it.
yeah. You're now on the hiring committee.
That's right. You've been promoted.
Okay, all right, so. You're ready to move on this one then, get ready going for one or two. Okay, keep in mind too that Christie will be returning and that you have, what's Scott's situation? Just, is he gonna be full-time worker in the summer or what? Where does,
I would expect he might even apply to one of these.
where does he go to? Is he about finished the school?
He's got at least the winter
He's close.
semester, quarters, right?
Yeah, around quarter.
Winter quarter. For sure, and then I'm not totally sure after that.
I'd have to check with Chris. I'm in wildlife and fisheries. He's in hydrology, but I think he's close. Dude, so. And he loves it here. I hear about it every week, so, which is great, so.
From what I've heard, he's finished his bachelor's thesis already, so he's only got maybe a quarter left, I think.
Okay, that's what I was thinking, yeah. So,
Good
okay,
deal. For him.
But he has expressed that he would like to apply here full time because currently he works for SKC as an intern.
Right. Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Okay, all right, it's your budget, if you wanna take a look at your budget. If you want, so you have, here's your options, I guess I would throw out to you. One is you can hire, we know we have money to hire one. Probably have money to hire two, but if you wanna look at your budget and come back next meeting with two, one, one's a given, so it's up to you how you wanna proceed on this.
Why don't you authorize two, and then if I wanna drag my feet, I can.
So, okay, board members?
I think so.
Okay, I guess, okay, the OE has expressed an interest to hire two water resource specialist positions. The next thing would be, we've had discussion, any public comment?
if anyone online would like to have a comment, please raise your hand and I will allow you to speak. Comment?
Okay, so, okay, take a motion to move forward.
I make a motion for the Office of Engineer to start the process to hire one, possibly two, based on the engineer's discretion. Water resource specialist.
We'll second it. All right. Okay, it's been moved and seconded to hire up to two water resource specialists based on the engineer's discretion and review of the budget. Roll call.
Jordan,
I approve.
Ken,
Yes.
Roger,
Yes.
George, yes.
Okay, so that gets us to hiring, promotion plan. Did you already talk about that?
No. I can do that now, if you would like, Mr. Vice Chairman.
What's the next thing on the agenda?
All right. So, before you is a promotion plan for your current hydrologist, level one, James Freights. This envisions, moving Mr. Freights along in his,
Is this part of our packet?
yeah, there should be two documents, both have the word hydrologist in the title. There's a couple of minor typos I still have to manage on these, but generally what these documents do is one, you just have on the the one that says position description hydrologist is a little dated, and it should actually say job description hydrologist, which is given to you to show we have these level one, level two, and level three hydrology positions that we have here in our office. It's a little confusing if you're trying to do a comparison against what the state does, because our level one is more like the state level two. And then so on, forward moving, whereas their level three is, would be, like our level, so their level one is a hydrographer. Their level two is like our level one. Their level three is like our level two. And when they get to level three, they call them supervisory hydrologists. We just have level three senior hydrologists. So the pay scales are based on that arrangement, and I wanted to give you the job description to show you the full gamut of everything. So where Mr. Frakes is at currently is that he is level 1. He was hired on as a water resource specialist too. He came to us with undergraduate and graduate master's degree in natural resources and has done exceptional work for the office. The promotion plan here seeks to move him into a hydrologist level 2 position, but also set him up as a secondary operations supervisor. This will give our office additional coverage in my absence so that he would be able to pick up some of those operations supervisor responsibilities if I'm not there. I do believe that it is a smart idea to build in contingencies and to duplicate services as possible for some of the basic things like time authorizations, assignment management, decisions as acting engineer, that kind of thing. So this has also got the technical aspects of moving into a hydrologist 2 position. There's a list of activities that James will get to fill his free time with. I do not know why, this mine's a little crooked. Usually our printer does better than that, but I swear if you look at it on the screen, it's not crooked. But so we have 12 task work operations that we're gonna go through. We've done this before and it seemed to be a successful way to develop skill sets. This contemplates a $2 an hour increase on I think it is. On James's current salary. That's what I've got for you.
So how long has James been with us now?
Almost as long as me, not quite, so he's gotta be coming up on. It'll be 2 years, just on the other side of 2025, I think, if I. Okay. Without opening a document to.
Yeah, no, that's okay.
This is focused on retention and continued development.
I guess the only thing I see would be the same good thought that Shane had on the schedule, right? We'd need to do that on this one too.
So what are you asking us to do, Ethan?
Approve this promotion plan.
I just have a suggestion.
Mhm.
So if you're gonna be creating a new title, which it sounds like it is in this promotion plan, then the suggestion would be to lay out what exactly are the things you're looking to see for hydrologist level 2 and what you're looking to see for secondary operations supervisor, so that those lines don't blur, if you're just gonna be creating a new title.
So Haley, are you suggesting then that we revise this a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, it's more so in like the 1 through 12. I mean, you could just flush those out between the 2 different titles and then what the expectations for those roles are. I also see the secondary operations supervisor as the designee, within the ordinance, but that's also,
So we actually have already got 2 designees.
I know.
All right, this is kind of different than designee to me is like somebody who's making water right decisions.
There's not, yes, and that's a piece of it, right? there are pieces within the ordinance where the designee does have more so, like, if the engineer is not here, the designee fills in. Or can be granted that authority by the engineer to do so. So it was just more of me looking at it, it doesn't need to be designated. Was just something that I flagged as wondering, where that was coming from, that's all.
Well, that's a good point, because two, isn't the designee one of the people that is on the checking account and stuff like that?
No.
No.
It's not a designee, okay.
No, there's a position within the ordinance that's titled the designee.
Okay,
It does come up, Ethan is correct, it does come up in situations where decisions need to be made from the office of the engineer in terms of a hearing. Or a recommended decision to grant or deny or not, or mitigate. So that is one area. There are other areas within the ordinance, though, where the engineer can grant certain authority that the engineer possesses to a designee. That's not fleshed out in the ordinance, so it's pretty broad. That's why I was wondering, is this something where it's more of a designee role? Which is already titled in the ordinance. That was all I was asking.
good to know. Okay, so, you want to make these revisions then and bring it back to the next meeting?
Number 10, is it? Does it leave virus?
It's supposed to be lead.
Okay.
Was my typo.
Just for all the work Dave's been doing for the last year.
That might have been some Freudian stuff for me venting.
Dave will
Right.
sign his phone, like, quick enough.
So, just, I'm thinking out loud, I'll throw some general thoughts out, if that's okay, yeah.
Yeah.
The training background and aptitude, I think is good, and I do like the task list, the 1 through 12. And maybe somewhere in there, to me, I see these as leadership, this is evolving into a leadership role. So I would like to see some mentoring criteria in there, some emotional intelligence, some leadership components. Because we want more than a technical expert in this position. We really want a technical expert in this position, but we also want someone who's can train and mentor other employees. And skill sets, acquiring the skill sets would be a component of this job. There may be some really cool leadership trainings that are offered, by somebody. That would be good for this position to take and acquire those skill sets and mentorship leadership. So to me, I like, this is structurally and technically sound for what the job does, but how you do the job is as important. And having those leadership and mentoring skill sets, I think, is equally as important. And I don't have any specific language to throw at it, but it's just, I've been thinking out loud more than anything.
So I agree with you. And 12 is really the only section that deals specifically with the secondary operations supervisory role. And under D, where it says take additional supervisory training credits, is when I would anticipate we would go back through Sullivan. I say go back because he has already taken supervision in the 21st century with Dr. Sullivan. And so that would be, D envisions additional leadership, and maybe the word leadership needs to be in there. But for us, whenever we talk about supervisory training, we're looking at leadership training.
Yeah, and those two are inherently different, right? I mean, supervising is a critical component, and leadership is different. So supervision is someone come in late, what do I do? And you look at the policies and you follow the path. The leadership mentorship is more of an intangible component of how we are a supervisor. So again, I'm not saying we need to include it, I'm saying that this is our opportunity to include something of those kinds of expectations in really in any of our positions.
No, I love that.
I think,
I love that. That's team building.
right,
That's- Yeah,
and the expectation that we are gonna be a team and be supporting each other. You know, you can support, you can meet up with, you can meet down, you move from where you are.
So the reality about this particular, level jump is that $2 an hour is really tied more to just the hydrologist level 2. The supervisory operations piece is sort of in addition to that. Based on what you guys have said, I could, either, you know, develop 12 to clarify what Haley wanted to see. Or we could drop it and the supervisory job title change just to be able to move on to something today.
I mean, I think even what you just said though, with the $2 an hour increase, it's not even really going towards that secondary operations supervisor title. It's more so that level 2 hydrologist, so that's where it was.
Yeah.
More so, what is that role and what are you looking for in that role with the expectations? I mean, you do have 2 things in there that could fit under there. You've got a teaching role and then you've got a supervisory role.
Yeah. The teaching is, you know, we all have to teach, and that's part of, I think, everybody's plan, but, he's taken a higher level here with the being into the hydrologist level 2 position. I could just drop, 12 in the secondary operations supervisor and come back with that as a separate bump. If you want to see them separated entirely.
I don't think there's a need to, I was just saying it
Yeah,
needs to be fleshed out.
Yeah, I think I agree with Haley on that. I think it just needs a little more definition. And what Shane said is really spot on, that kind of training would benefit the whole office. So I mean, think we're good with this, Ethan, for the most part. If you just want to make a few little revisions to it, then we can improve it at the next meeting.
yeah, thanks Shane for bringing that up. You know, the tribes, when I got hired by them 30 years ago, for the first time, they really invested in leadership training for all of the staff. I so benefited from that. Do you remember that, George, the metamorphosis? I don't know. Yeah, are they still around? So I just remember as a young woman starting my career, how helpful that was. And so thank you for remembering it.
Okay, so we were at the promotion plans. We will revisit that at the next meeting. So the public comments not, and board action isn't applicable there. So we got a few minutes left. We could jump back up to the water engineer and legal. If you wanna, I'd be curious to hear about this illegal water uses discovered.
So you want to go back, you want to go into the WP&P?
Yep.
Okay, that'd be great. I actually think we can be able to roll through this fast. Possible. Sydney, could you open the version that's in the share folder? I have one that's like version 2. I added a couple of things to it.
This one?
Yes, ma'am, thank you. I'll stand up for you for this one. Oh, looks like it's gotta stand up. So we did have a gap in our WP&Ps that had to do with the discovery of illegal uses. And what I'd like to do is get clarification in the WP&Ps that if there are illegal uses of the water on any parcels in question that lack a valid water right or are used for unauthorized purposes, the OE. This is highlighted right now because when we first drafted this, it says will not issue an OE water right until the illegal use is documented and formally curtailed or brought into compliance by conforming to the legal use of the water right or through final approval of a new water right application. I would maybe like to have something a little less strong than will not, and instead maybe go with something like, first of all, it should probably be that it'll be, instead of the OE, it'll be the engineer or
Why would you like?
the staff member designated by the engineer. Is that how the language reads for that?
What was your question?
The engineer or staff member so designated by the engineer, right?
I don't remember the actual phrase, but it's in the document farther down. So yeah, it's way down. It's in the enforcement section, yeah. I can always come back.
So what it really gets at is us having the ability to not move forward with a water right application when we discover that there's another water right, another illegal water use or non-compliance of an existing water right, which would be another type of illegal use on the property.
So if will not is problematic, could it read, the engineer will issue an OE water right when the illegal use is documented and et cetera, et cetera? Or only when? Or does that just create another problem legally?
Can I respectfully disagree with you?
I was waiting for it.
I think that kind of ties the engineer's hands. And there could be other things going on, and this says you've got to do it. And I think it should be like it is. That's just,
Yeah, I mean, my suggestion for that, when I spoke with Ethan about this, was like may choose not to, or may choose to, however you want to phrase it, but it gives the permissive way to do it, so there's room, there's leeway.
yeah, but that brings in a challenge of arbitrary and capricious. And you chose, but you chose poorly.
We're gonna get that no matter what.
Well, not if it says will not.
You could still get it,
Yeah.
very much so.
Well, you get the challenge, but you'll win.
Not necessarily, right? I mean, but it all comes down to what they're basing it off of too.
Sure,
And if there's
sure.
documentation to support it, then that's what we have to come back with. So whether it's will or may, it's whether it's giving the office the ability to do something or the mandate to do something.
Or not do something.
Correct.
And I really want to have something to cite to when I decide not to do something. That's what I'm after, just for the bigger picture is, when I write a letter of defect for somebody's individual domestic allowance application because they have an illegal irrigation use. I want to, be able to anchor into this.
Did you say the engineer should not issue?
May choose not to issue. Is that still a problem?
May choose gives you total discretion, no direction. You say should gives you direction, but also discretion.
Okay,
That could go either way, actually.
you can convince me to either one of these, so, how do you get us one? As long as you generally,
You can take out member, after staff is defined, so. No.
And the follow-up is just that, which should probably also be, the engineer, the staff, so designated by the engineer. We had a few problems with the. There we go. The follow-up on two is just that, that discovery would follow up with an enforcement action if we wanted to. I'm hoping this seems sort of straightforward, even though we didn't have our drafting dialed in quite as good as I wanted to on a few of the names. How's everybody feel? Should we move to the next section?
I'm good with that.
And just for context, this would be something that if you were to choose to take action on it, would just go out for a 15-day comment period and come back to you for final approval.
So we need to take action.
No, as a package, I'd like to show you the other
Oh, okay.
changes unless somebody here is like, no, I hate this. I'm just trying to read the room. It's hard. You guys are probably tired.
Have you run into this already or not?
Yep. Yeah, this is not an imaginary problem. This is,
Unfortunately.
yeah, this is something I actually really need to deal with this. And I'm asking for this tool to do it, you know, so that we're all on the same page.
Yeah,
Under
and
this policy.
even I spoke with this too a while ago.
Oh, yeah.
And this was something that I had suggested was anchoring it into a policy document so that there's at least something tethered to it, instead of even just going out and just saying stuff in a letter, so.
Which has happened. But this will give it a little more credence, so we can cite to something.
That looks good. I was just quiet because I was sitting here contemplating how many times have I used should, could, and may incorrectly. It's probably like so many times.
You owe us a beer for each time.
Right? Well, buckle up. So.
All right, Cindy, I'll get you to scroll down to part 2, permits and changes. There's WP&P 22-101. This is also to address a specific issue that we have going on right now. There's some folks who want to build a bridge and they need to put in some test wells. And they were asking us if they needed a water right permit, and frankly, it's a little unclear whether or not they needed a water right permit. And so what we did find out is that the state of Montana has statutory language that is exactly the same language as A and B right there, where it says water testing or monitoring is not a beneficial use of water, requiring the filing of a permit application. And a permit is not required if the intent of a person is to conduct aquifer tests, water quality tests, water level monitoring, or other testing or monitoring of a water source. And so here in this scenario, we brought that in wholesale, but added 2 additional sections, namely that any person conducting testing and monitoring must notify the OE in advance on form such and such that we'll create if you like this idea. That includes this information. And that then under D, at the discretion of the OE, and adverse effects analysis may be required as described in an order from the OE. And this gets back to our same problem where we had some back and forth about using the OE versus the engineer or staff member. So designated by the engineer.
Could you scroll back up again? And this was for a bridge, to build a bridge?
Or Post Creek, yeah. And that, you know, they're working on their Alco and their other, stuff. I'd rather we weren't, the hang up. You know, I thought about doing what I would normally do, which is just write one of those letters that Henry was talking about, but I believe that the fact that it's already more formalized in some other government arrangements promotes me to want you to put this into your policies so I can cite to that.
So where would they be taking the water samples from?
They're gonna put 2 wells in on either side of Post Creek that would be used to pump until they're static, for an amount that is like up to between 200 and 300 gallons per minute. And the water will go back into Post Creek, immediately. I got the time that would likely occur. Also information about, you know, whether or not they're gonna cap and, abandon, formal term, abandon those wells, all this kind of information. I wouldn't have had that information if they wouldn't have been, you know, forthright, and that helps us to A, know what's going on, but B, also makes me want to have a sub C, which, you know, has folks coming into our office to provide that information so that we are in the know, and then in the, you know, at the bottom, if we really think there's something going on, maybe we might want to have that option to require an adverse effects analysis if, you know.
Well,
So
on the
That
tribal,
was the sentence that got me, scroll down, you know. So what do you? I'm good up to the, like, the adverse effects analysis, what are you asking for there?
This was, you know, Roger, I put this in here specifically so you could strike it.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out what we're asking for.
So if they were gonna go do that same kind of test in the middle of agricultural fields right next to somebody else's excuse me, property line, I might, you know, suggest that they do an adverse effects analysis. You know, what are you gonna, you pull out 200, 300 gallons per minute and dump it to where it's gonna flood other properties?
so just to add a little bit to this, from the tribe side, if someone is proposing to do this kind of activity on the reservation, they have to get an ALCO permit, which then triggers an NPDES review, which then requires coordination with the tribe's water quality. There's 3 steps along the way on the tribal side where water quality analysis would be done, which would also lead into an adverse effects analysis. In my experience, I've never seen it go there except like in the event of a petroleum discharge or something. But this would technically, at the point where the water re-enters Post Creek, it constitutes a point source discharge. But it's a short-term point source discharge.
Yeah, and just so you're aware, we are in coordination with those people that you just talked about on this particular project. So, you know, that is occurring to make sure that there's a, I'll call it interagency coordination.
So question I have is that how does D comply with Haley's insurance letter? Which said we don't do this kind of stuff.
Yeah,
I don't know about, I don't think I read the insurance letter.
It said we're not in the water quality or water distribution business.
We have to look at adverse effects. The Office of the Engineer has to evaluate adverse effects in a whole bunch of different applications. So adverse effects is not necessarily water quality.
True.
Georgia was just bringing up in that context of what the NIPD's permit has to do, NPDES.
Yeah.
So that's that context. I don't see it as the exact same thing as the insurance, no.
I would be more interested if like it's the middle of August and they're gonna pull some ridiculous amount of water out of a location that is known to not have enough water for agriculture. that would be the kind of scenario that would trigger me to say, whoa, maybe you need to do
Okay,
an adverse effects analysis. I do eventually think that adverse effects analysis will get capitalized. When we get into whatever we gotta finish up with our permits and changes.
Well, I guess the reason I was bringing it up is the trudge baked into what they do would serve that function. So,
Not for adverse effects.
No,
to
that would be for, like, water quality.
users.
Right, this adverse effects is looking at the effects on other water users.
oh, see, I read that completely wrong. Thank you.
That's why I was like, it's not the same thing
It's
as
not the
insurance.
same thing. Okay,
No.
got it.
Scroll up a little bit.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's confusing,
I'm reading
but
it
it's
like a
determined in water
biologist.
rights work,
Got it.
so not water quality.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. I need that kind of help today. Appreciate you.
So that's the problem I still have with D. We're saying a permit is not required for testing, but then you're asking for an adverse effects analysis. The adverse effects analysis comes into play when you're asking for a water right permit. So that's why I don't think D is appropriate.
D is also discretionary, so it's not required. It's,
Yeah, but I just think to ask for something that's not pertinent isn't a good policy.
I think it's more so if there was an egregious situation, but I think D could be massaged into something more as like coordination, because if there are other already existing permits that they have to go through that maybe look at something like that, then we would be in coordination with other agencies to look at that. I don't know. I see a use for it. I see what your concern is. But it is also discretionary, and I don't think Ethan's gonna be going out there asking every single person who wants to build a bridge to give them an adverse effects analysis.
Temporary permit,
What was that?
a temporary permit. Issue them a temporary ability to use water.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that, this is the first time that they're dealing with this, but
I really don't wanna have to issue anything. I mean, that would be, I'm trying to avoid that. That is actually, I'm actively trying to have this be able to sail along, cause 99.9% of this activity is not gonna affect anybody.
right, it's in the case that there's that 0.01 chance that it does. And you might have the ability to do it.
But there are a lot of these across. We try to target the most of these. So I assume these are existing wells too.
No, these would be new wells.
We
Is it
do.
just new?
This
Yeah.
project will be.
Yeah, I mean, but everything's a little different. I do know of a lot of existing wells that are out there that are created from this type of activity.
Yeah, there's a, no, there's monitoring wells.
But, maybe, the other thing, maybe we could rewrite D and just be like, this doesn't absolve you from possible harm caused to adjacent water users. Or some, you could write it. Differently. Cause I mean, that's what we're trying, that's the whole reason I had D in here was that, I could see some scenarios where this activity that we are looking at might affect somebody else's water use, and that would be a situation where, I don't think that it should go, go forward without some better consideration.
Did they come in and are they applying for a drilling permit then?
No, they're asking what to do. And I'm sure the well drillers, when they get tapped, will also be like, whoo, don't know about drilling a well without a letter.
kind of like Kaylee's idea, of make it more of a coordination thing, a adverse impact analysis in and of itself. Say something, engineer, staff designated engineer, at their discretion may coordinate with other agencies. Something to that effect.
Well, I mean, we can do that anyway, you can just delete it.
Yeah, I mean, it was more so coordination in an adverse effects evaluation.
Yeah.
That was never to go away, because that is a really important concern. Again, I don't know how likely it's gonna be, it probably wouldn't be likely that you'd have to go through an evaluation like this, but it is a concern. When you're pumping that much water and then putting it right back into the source, I mean.
It's when you're not putting it right back in the source that I get more nervous.
mean,
So
sure.
that would be the scenario where I would be like, well, hey, hold on.
Well, and I mean, it was 1,000 ways to look at that, right? I mean, I
Right.
have concern with pumping direct, ecologically, that we changing water temperatures and. that.
Yeah, the tribe's water quality folks are gonna have to sort that out, and that's
Yeah,
not,
that's on that
yeah.
other side of that.
Yeah, that's the
So-
other adverse
But
effects.
there's an effect there, whether it's on the actual water quantity and affects someone else's water right, it's
Right,
probably not. But to me, if we got drawdown, if it's that hydrologically connected, we get drawdown and it pulls from the stream, it's a violation of it for not meeting the stream flows. So that could be an adverse effect. I don't mind it being in there because it is discretionary. Just scroll up just a smidge. So number 1, permit not required for testing, we want to say and or monitoring.
I liked it because it's a direct citation from what the statute has, the state statute has, but, sure. We can do
Yeah,
that.
just,
I mean,
another
it
thing
wouldn't
that,
cover the project that's being proposed though, because they're looking at monitoring wells, right?
Yeah,
So-
well, it says it under A, water testing for monitoring.
is we're using
You know,
testing in the broadest sense.
Sure, let's put it in there.
It's so much for Pandora. It's gonna drive me nuts.
Should you qualify this with saying a groundwater permit?
No, as I don't really know what kind of
Could be service.
testing it is.
Yeah,
Just trying to leave it pretty open.
well, it says the permit is not required for intent to conduct an aquifer test. I mean, it's gotta be a groundwater permit. It's not gonna be a surface water permit.
Well, you may be testing
Right.
a stream for water quality and you're not using groundwater.
And our permits are just permits.
So in the NRC language, this is specific to groundwater testing. Not surface water. It has nothing to do with surface water.
Okay.
Well, keep in mind, it would only be out for public comment. And, this will give you the same 15 days to cogitate. So we're not. There'd be opportunity to come back and revisit.
See, I don't see that this whole thing is limited to groundwater. I mean, you could say, yeah, it's mostly apply to groundwater, but I could see someone say, hey, I just want to test water quality.
Actually, this section is part of chapter 2, which is surface and groundwater permits in the Montana Code Annotated.
So what are we thinking now? Delete it, change it, send it back for more work by Ethan?
I'd really like to get something so they can just get their project done. So, and I wouldn't feel like I had to, that I was uncertain about writing them a letter. So I have some enthusiasm to get something out the door, see if it would be possible.
So the real hang up is the,
Yeah. I think that's what I'm hearing.
can we look at the
Yeah.
I can live with that.
They hit
I
the
did-
things we needed.
I do.
No, Ethan put that in there. I was just trying to explain it.
Oh, okay.
So what was the suggestion? I didn't hear.
Okay.
Yeah,
Did someone make a suggestion?
delete the,
No, yeah, I'm fine with that.
I'm good with that too. Then I think we're okay. Everybody okay with it? Otherwise, all right. Okay, next.
Not sure what you did there.
Enforce-
I'm new to that.
Great.
No, just approve that. Approve that deletion. It's already deleted, so just accept the deletion, right click on it. Accept deletion, that way. There you go. Okay, cool.
All right, you're going, down to page, 22, I think it is. All right, so this section is in here. There's two pieces under this section, which is, it's the resolution of complaints section. In this case, though, we've added information to the additional enforcement powers of the engineer and fines. Okay? And so the language here under that you're looking at right now is like under little I, talks about what kind of information our office can collect and use to determine that an illegal, specifically a well drilling date, but an illegal activity has occurred. So we're looking at well logs or well driller records, remotely sensed data, the field visits for the purpose of examining installation tags or plates. So I'm thinking little I should be pretty straightforward, right? Like we can use that information. Collect that information and use that to help us. Assert, what will be down below, which is fine for drilling your well without getting permission in advance. All right, I'll keep talking until somebody tells me not to.
So are we only looking at little I1?
I'm trying to like piecemeal it for you. I'm gonna walk you into little I2 or II.
One comment I have on little I1 is grammatically, number 3 doesn't fit the rest of it. I think it's just say installation tags or plates collected during field visits for that purpose.
Okay,
Obtained through field visits.
if you just change it to plate information. We're not gonna actually take the installation tags for the plate.
So what does that refer to?
The installation tags or plates. So whenever anybody puts a well and they've got the switches and everything in, they put tags and plates on about the date that it was all installed. It also contains information about what was installed and by whom and so forth. Good catch, Ken. That's an improvement.
Thank you.
II is written more specifically for, the event that, development domestic allowance or something where it has a required water measurement, and required water measurement reporting would exceed or, would, go over and so what this does is, allows, our office to increase the frequency of reporting, such as requiring monthly reporting when annual overages occur.
So number 3. That pretty much says we can require a measuring, the well be measured.
Number 3 would allow for the, adding a measuring device to an additional water use determined to be associated with the measured use.
So that's kind of contrary to what we've told the public about wells, monitoring wells.
This would be like if somebody has put in a development domestic allowance and they've got a monitoring requirement. And then they came in and added another well.
Okay.
So that's what I was trying to jot down.
Additional water use.
I was also in another meeting, but so that's where that's trying to come in, not trying to throw a lasso around any well that has a non-issue or a non-compliant going on with it. And so that associated, that was supposed to help associated with the measured use.
So other than a flow meter, what other kinds of measuring devices would you require?
These would be all like totalizers. That's what I envision here.
Which is, I'm just trying to make it simple for the reader to understand, so. Just wondered if a flow meter is a full measure. Wonder if we should just substitute flow meter for measuring device, just so that there's some. I mean, a measuring device could be a flume for all it matters.
Yeah, I mean, I did sort of try to write it loose because I don't actually have the full inventory of what existing water measurement requirements are out there right now. It's on my list of things to go do an extensive query for, and find out what the NRC's already issued with water measurement requirements. Because they've issued a lot of stuff here on the reservation with water measurement requirements. So that's why I try to write it just as a device. But if you want to use flow meter or something, you can.
That term has also been used in other sections of the WP&P that have already been approved.
Device or
Measuring device.
measuring device, okay?
Any other comments?
Nope.
George, Shane? Guess we're good with that then?
There's only one last section, I think.
Okay.
We go down to fines. I guess it's 3.
It's not on the agenda.
Oh, it's not on the agenda.
The WP&P.
Yeah.
Well,
This is part
Just
of enforcement.
Goes on
okay,
Oh, yeah, sorry, all this should be under enforcement,
okay.
so, whew. Yeah, that's close.
there. Yeah.
One is nothing but, a reiteration of the ordinance, which I put in here. Just to restate, that's the maximum. 2 and 3 are things that I am asking you to enable the engineer or any staff who is so directed by the engineer to be able to enact. So with that general understanding and understanding that 1 is really just part of the ordinance, paraphrased, I'm going to move right to 2. And explain that fines for constructing a well or developed spring prior to authorization from the OE. So if a well or wells or developed springs is found by the office of the engineer to have been drilled and or developed after June 1st, 2022, which you'll remember was your drop dead date, without prior authorization by the office of the engineer, a fine equal to the pertinent application fee may be imposed by the engineer or any staff who is so directed by the engineer, in addition to any application fees that may be due. The engineer or any staff who is so directed by the engineer may also notify the Montana Water Well Drillers Association regarding the violation and the need for prior approval before drilling can occur.
So is blue the only new stuff?
No, 3 is new also.
Okay.
There, actually, yeah. 1, 2, and 3 are all brand new. Sorry for not answering that better right off the bat. 1 is just part of the ordinance. 2 is a fine that we'd like to be able to just impose so that people can get into compliance. Do we go on to 3 now?
So is that,
Oh.
the, fine equal to the permit application, is that a one-time? Is that a daily, yearly?
This would be a one-time, because they can't like re-drill after that. And, you know, our vision is that if we issue that fine and they actually file an application to get in compliance, we can just issue this and move on.
So
It was intended to address, issues of fairness that you had brought up, people who had played by the rules. And so there needed to be something. People who do not play by the rules. I had urged some way to be able to just get people into compliance and be done with it. This is intended to authorize, me or somebody that I designate to, issue a fine through an order and collect it, get the application in compliance, issue a water right, move on with our lives.
Why don't you just add a one-time fine there on the 1, 2, 3, 4th line? Yeah. Probably need a, whatever it's called there. Thank you.
Yes. Nice. A one-time fine. All right.
And is 3, is that also a one-time fine?
No, 3 is more complicated.
Okay.
3 is, 3 is in response to some folks who are wanting to do development domestic allowances, who are concerned that maybe they want to try to step outside of the standards that we've set forth through something like a water use plan. They want to know what the ramifications are for using too much water, which would be 10 acre feet. As a reminder to everybody, the one major, water measurement requirement is from the development domestic allowances. That's imposed by the ordinance. So if you go for one of those application types, you've got to measure the water from all of the wells that would be supplying the development. So up above, we had language where if there's an overage of something like an annual volume, we could say, you know what, why don't you tell us what your monthly uses are, and now we're gonna make you report monthly instead, so we don't go all the way through the year. This right here is what it says, is that there could be fines for exceeding the maximum volumes allowed for measured uses. If a water user exceeds the maximum volume allowed for use of water for which they are required to measure and report to the OE, the engineer, or any staff who is so directed by the engineer, may impose a fine equal to the pertinent application fee associated with the use for each period of overage that occurs. For annual volume measurement requirements, the overage would be once per year. If annual volume measurement requirements are modified to be more frequently required by WP&P 31-303.10.c.ii, that new required water measurement frequency would set the schedule for recurring fines. Does that make sense? Okay, this is kind of hard to describe.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. So initially, it's gonna be a one-time fine of the annual volume. They exceeded their annual volume, you're gonna get a one-time fine. But they're also gonna be put on maybe a higher frequency of.
Maybe, it's maybe the key word.
Yeah,
So
maybe.
let's say the amount of overage and things, and then,
So they could be fined for, after that, they could be fined for each additional month that they were on that overage. If I'm reading that correctly.
yeah. But if they got moved to a monthly scale and there was a month where they didn't go over, they would not be fined.
Correct.
Okay, just to be clear, it's not like you're just gonna start paying all the time.
Right.
If you're within your required amounts, then you're good to go.
It gets weird though, right? The 10 acre feet is a yearly, so you'd have to prorate that
Yeah,
to some monthly.
And then that I up above, you know, says we can request that the water user provide that information, because I don't know if they're gonna use, but they can set their own, their own schedule. Anyway, the whole intent here is to inform people what happens if the water measurement occurs and is, demonstrates that there's an overage. This was my best spaghetti wall. And those cost $250. An application for development domestic allowance.
Okay, any other thoughts on that language there?
I do, I would like to add up to. May impose a fine up to an amount equal to, it's, right in the middle. Oh my God, I've been waiting all day to do this. Hold on.
Oh, you use the pointer.
We didn't get a point.
Oh, look at that. So nasty.
I've had that the whole time. I had to like correct her on where to go. I was struggling. Okay, now.
My new
now
flashlight.
what do you want?
They impose a fine up to an equal amount of the pertinent. Oh, man. Yeah, so that I think allows me to, would allow me to find less, right?
Okay, up to an amount equal to.
Oh, yeah, equal to,
I don't
to
think
an
that's-
amount equal to.
There you go.
It's crazy, this has got a UV feature too.
Nice.
Ooh,
Very
Perfect for
like-
Halloween.
yeah. We'll find some cool rocks with that.
Right.
All right,
The applications are endless.
any other comments on that language?
No.
Okay, all right, I think we're there, so I guess. All right, that's enforcement, so public comment, any public comment on this section of the WP&P?
Oh, it's here.
Boy, there, yeah.
Couldn't take it being
Hold on.
that should be telling us something, so.
It is. All right, so we need board action to take this to 15-day public comment. Is there a motion?
Do we do this as a batch? Mr. Vice Chair, I move that we move forward the legal water uses, test and monitoring wells and enforcement to public comment.
I said,
Thank you. Okay, it's been moved and seconded to take those 3 items in the WP&P to public comment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Unanimous. Okay, so that brings us to the close at 6. It's also 5:40, so we're 40 minutes over, so I think we're wrapped up. Next meeting will be November 13th. we can pick up on other things.
Mr. Vice Chairman, just so you know that there is a possibility I won't be able to make the next meeting. I'm going to be traveling. I'm going to try to get back on the 12th, but this time of year. And also for future meetings, I have real trouble driving at night after dark.
Oh, good point, because we're gonna go out there, like savings stuff.
So we could try to
Yeah.
schedule them or, so I don't have to drive at night.
Especially up the East Shore.
Yeah.
Where I'll be going, yeah.
You just, that's a tough
Right.
road. Good day.
So I guess just for future reference, can we, what's, are Wednesdays still the best day for everybody? Yeah. Or you mentioned you might be taking on some more classes.
Yeah, during winter quarter, my schedule shifts. On the 13th, we're right in the middle of midterm exam week. I don't think that'll present a problem, but I might be scooching it a little bit late depending on students need to linger. Um,
So I guess for the next meeting, we'll start at 1 then. Go from there.
I'll take a look at the next meeting. I should have an idea of what my schedule is during one quarter and let everybody know.
Okay, great. Okay, I entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
I second.
So, we're done.
So Haley and Ken, I tell you guys this all the time.